Time having arrived, I call the second night of budget hearings to order. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Good evening. First department is the License Commission. Chairperson, Jeffrey Chanel.
Is he not here yet?
Councilors, I do not see Chairman Charnel here yet. Would anyone be willing to make a motion to put this off to later in the meeting?
I'll ask for consent to hold this for a few minutes until he arrives. No one objects. Just hold it for a few minutes.
All right.
Sure.
Okay, second? All in favor? All right. Madam Clerk, item number 2.
Second department on the agenda is Weights and Measures. Kevin Crocker. Broker, excuse me.
Oh, you're fine. Good evening. How are you?
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
Weights and measures, 281, no, 3
Well, we're presenting a level-funded budget this year, with just maybe time going up a little. Other than that, everything is the same as last year. And that's all I have. Any questions or?
Councilor Castro.
Thank you. Good evening.
How are you?
Thank you for being here. On page 372 in our books,
I don't have the book.
that's all right. It's under your FY22 accomplishments. It said that your department collected about $110,000 in annual fees and civil penalties.
Yeah?
I noticed that last year, your department collected $120,000. So $10,000 more last year. I'm wondering, do you have any idea why is there a reduction in that amount?
A reduction?
Yes.
Probably because of COVID more so. During COVID, we were always in the red for a long time. What I did is it's only a 2-man department, and what we did is we did every device that was due to be done in the city,
Sure.
but anything with fines, we kind of stayed out of stores a little more than we did in the normal year.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? All right, I think you're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Good night.
Next department,
Counselor Castro.
I'd like to make a motion to take a matter out of order so that we would hear Human Resources next.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favor? Those opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you.
HR, Madam Clerk.
Human Resources is the next department. Interim HR Director, Sandy Sharton.
Good evening, Madam Director.
Good evening. Here.
Anything you'd like to say for the counselors?
Just briefly, I'm really glad to be here. I've met some of you, but haven't had the opportunity to meet all of you. As you may know, I started here in mid-January as the Interim Director of Human Resources, here 3 days a week, and serving in another municipality 2 days a week. And as I said, I've fallen in love with Brockton. I love the diversity, the excitement, the synergy, and all the stuff that's going on. We have a very busy department. Most of you know a lot of what we do. We handle benefits. We do recruitment, and try to make sure we're recruiting and retaining and developing and training a diverse workforce. We handle grievances, we handle discipline, employee, labor relations, and I can go on, but you were kind enough to take me out of turn, so I won't keep going on and on. I'm glad Mr. Clarkson is here with me, since I am relatively new, and he and his department were really helpful in developing the budget. And as I know people have done the other nights, my staff is incredible. They really ran the department without any kind of HR director for a while, and they are just wonderful. We still have a vacancy or two in the department, and they've just been incredible. So kudos to them, and to the other department heads. Everyone's been really welcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselors? Counselor Nicastro.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Charlton. Thank you for being here. Really liked your write-up at the beginning of your section
Oh,
of this
thank you.
budget book. And the only question that I have is under expense summaries on page 268. Last year, you had your department had under Medicare, in the FY '22 budget, $840,000 for Medicare. This year, you have nothing. And so, I'm just wondering why.
I'm going to cede this to Mr. Clarkson.
I can answer that question.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the counselor. So those costs are actually, and you'll see a fairly large increase in the treasurer's budget for the similar cost. And so
Why?
That's why.
Because all of the Medicare is
All
going
of
to
those
the
costs are
treasurers now?
reflected in the treasurer's budget.
Okay. Why, what is the reason for that change?
Just to streamline those expenses, the treasurer's department is mainly responsible for those, and it made more sense to streamline them to reflect them where they're actually paid from.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
My question is with regards to consultants. It looks like last year we spent $64,000 in consultants. And this year it looks like we're putting in $190,000 for it. So what up?
So I can at least partially explain that. I know that, and I think as the mayor's talked about, we're really trying to do a lot more training for the staff, for all employees. To the extent possible, I've been trying to utilize free training, and I can give a couple examples of that. We recently had some, and are continuing to have training that was overseen by our DEI manager, which was an outside consultant, doing really diversity training, unconscious bias training, a variety of ongoing trainings that are still ongoing, that account for quite a lot of this. And I don't know, Mr. Clarkson, if you have anything more to say about that.
Sure. You'll notice, Counselor, that the amount was increased, you correctly observed, between FY '21 and FY '22. The reason for that and the reason for the continued amount is not only to continue the trainings of which Sandy spoke, and as a participant in those trainings, I will tell you they've been very valuable and worthwhile. As part of the LOPE settlement, we were required to add $150,000 in the budget to increase and to beef up the city's training on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
And speaking of settlement, in the settlement that also stated that we needed to hire a diversity manager and an assistant department manager. We have done, at least a couple times, we've hired a diversity manager. What about the assistant manager? Have been any talks or at least advertisement for that position?
Sure. My understanding, and I don't know again if Mr. Clarkson or someone else can speak better to that, is that the thought was to have the permanent HR director, and I believe that the ordinance speaks to the permanent HR director appointing an assistant director. So I don't know what happened before I started. And I imagine whoever's the permanent director, I'm really eager to have that position because we are really short-staffed. I can't speak to what happened in terms of staffing or posting before I started. Since I've been here, it has been posted. I know they've been pushing to get a permanent HR director and that's the first line of business would be to hire the assistant, which is part of the settlement. It's in the ordinance. And again, I don't know, Mr. Clarkson, if you have anything more to say about that.
I think you answered it adequately, absolutely.
All right, well, thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
And welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else? Counselor Azak.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Sharton. We met briefly. It's downstairs a few weeks back. Quick question. Are you involved with in the interview process? Are you present during the interviews for different department heads or different employees?
Not all of them. I've been present for some of them. A member of my staff has been present for others. We try to have someone present from HR for each of the interviews. We also try to have a diverse interview panel. So I have been for some of the higher level department heads. I have been
involved?
present.
And what about the diversity inclusion manager? Has that person been at these, at the interviews?
Yes, they have also been interviewed. I wasn't actually, I wasn't involved in interviewing or choosing her. She was, I believe, hired. I started before her, but she was hired before me or after. But she also has, again, not in all of them, but she has participated in some and has gone over interview questions, has gone over applicants just to make sure we have a diverse panel to the extent possible. Yes, we've tried to be as involved. It's something that I'm really interested in, she's really interested in, we need to be involved in.
So either yourself or her, or
Yes,
that?
either myself or her, or again, depending on the position and the availability. Again, I've been here 3 days a week, once in a while, and especially not for the department heads, but let's say entry level, I might have a member of my staff be at the interview, but also the interview questions are screened ahead of time and standardized to make sure that they're kind of discrimination-free, legally compliant, and also that the interviews are being conducted in a fair, unbiased manner.
Perfect, and that's the reason that these positions were requested to be put in there, so we're not in the same position that we found ourselves a few years back. So I'm happy to hear that, you know, you're following the procedure and process. I think, I mean, I don't want to ask this question, but I know it's vacant. Do we have any potential permanent HR directors that where are we? Are we interviewing? Are we?
I know there have been interviews. I believe an announcement should be forthcoming very, very soon.
Oh, okay. That's good to hear. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else? Counselor Farwell.
Just very quickly, good evening, how are you doing? We should always advertise every position in the widest possible area to attract the largest pool of candidates. But in my view, it should always come down to the best qualified for that particular position and whether the skill set matches up with what the city needs in that position. Is that a fair, would you agree with that? Is that a fair statement to?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that everything, again, one of our goals has been to, as part of recruiting a diverse, inclusive workforce, really advertising, recruiting in not just the website, but a variety of places depending upon the position, including affinity organizations within Brockton, trade organizations depending upon the position. And certainly we have minimum qualifications. We try to make them reasonable. Someone does not need to have a graduate degree for every single position. Valuable experience. So we usually phrase in my experience, phrase the postings as we say, you know, a degree preferred, X number of years of experience, or equivalent education experience. So we're always weighing, but we always want to look and see, given the job requirements and skills, and sometimes even the people skills, the soft skills, and that's the value of an interview, to make sure that we're getting the most qualified person.
Yeah, I agree with you about the degrees. My father came back from World War II and he had the best expression. He said, the world is full of educated idiots.
Yep.
And just the fact that you've got a degree doesn't really make a difference. So, as you know, this city has residency. You've been in human resources a long time. And I don't mean that age-wise, but you've got a broad experience in human resources. What say you to the issue of residency? Have you worked in other areas, other communities where it exists? Did you find it beneficial? Did you find it a hindrance? Give us your take on residency, the pros and the cons.
Sure. So this is my personal opinion. I don't want to be speaking for the mayor or anybody else. I actually served as the initial Director of Human Resources for the city of Revere, which also has had a residency requirement. There, and again, I was there a bit longer, I was, again, until they found someone who was a resident, but I don't live in Revere. My recommendation would be to have residents perhaps prefer or give a preference, but that it not be that you have to be a resident. I think if you're really looking for the most qualified people, certainly you have, you know, great community in Brockton. I think sometimes it's giving a preference. I think for some positions it's really difficult. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
No, just want to ease our way back to the budget, Counselor.
Oh,
I'm
when we touched on diversity, that's why
Right.
because I wondered if that impacted on it. Well, thank you for that. I agree with preference and not making it a litmus test.
And that's just my personal opinion. I don't want to influence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Madam Director.
Okay, thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next department on the agenda is Council on Aging, Director Janice Fitzgerald.
Good evening, Madam Director.
Good evening, everyone.
All right, take it away.
This is my 10th year before you, and I have to tell you, it doesn't get easier as the years go on. We've had a very busy, successful year, and I certainly need to say a big thank you to my staff who has jumped in with both feet and both hands, really hardworking team. We've welcomed over 900 new members in this last year. We're going to do a full open July 1st to start welcoming back some participants that live outside the city. And my grandson turned 1 year old, if anyone really cares. I do, but that's exciting as well. So just to review quickly our services, we provide support services to elders, families, and caregivers in the community. We perform outreach services such as fuel and supplemental nutrition assistance program. We assist with Medicare and Social Security issues, housing support, food insecurities. We provide well-balanced meals 2 days a week to seniors and veterans. We offer health insurance screening through the SHINE program. We provide a welcoming environment where all older adults can regularly engage, enrich, connect, and find a sense of purpose. We provide inspiring programs to build communities and help people live well and age well, including programs in education, fitness, wellness, and technology. And we serve as a link in support for older adults and family members. We're pretty proud of our accomplishments for FY22. We've just completed the computer lab update, thanks to IT, who's here today, which gave us all new computers, furniture, and some other technology to kind of bring us up to date. I hired myself an assistant director so that I can maybe someday think about phasing out and retiring. Although probably not within a couple of years. My husband's watching, and if he thinks I'm gonna retire next year, he's gonna have a fit.
I think we might too, Madam Director.
Yeah, we can just delete that out of the video. We distributed table fans and window air conditioners through the cooling grant program to hundreds of older adults. We provided 125 grab-and-go Thanksgiving dinners with the support from Lombardo's. We actually assisted to schedule over 5,100 vaccine appointments to date. That was a huge undertaking for us, 5,100. We distributed 1,200 COVID test kits, provided over 450 boosters to older adults through the vaccine clinics with the Board of Health. We have another one scheduled in July. and we assisted over 150 older adults with Medicare open enrollment via telephone meetings. Our goals are pretty simple. We're committed to providing that welcoming and inclusive place for older adults. We're committed to rebranding the Council on Aging to attract our younger, older adults. We continue to serve as the focal point for the delivery of services and programs. We continue to support the city in its effort to combat COVID-19 through the offering of vaccine clinics, test kits, and education. And we have been fortunate enough to have some college interns the last few years. We have another one scheduled to join us in September. We're taking social work interns. So after a few years of doing that, we realized we really need to have a more solid program for them when they come in. So we're committed to working on that program. We will be conducting a needs assessment within the next few months. And as you probably all may know or may not know, we are on schedule for an expansion of the COA building. I have an unfilled full-time outreach position that I'm hoping to fill soon. And as you can see, I don't have any significant increases on my budget. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Counselor Azak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Madam Director.
Good evening.
Thank you for all the information you presented. I think it's really great. It's exciting to hear that you're going, opening up fully soon. I know a lot of our seniors will be very excited to be back, and I hear it throughout the community that they miss being there, miss doing some of the activities. So this is really, this will be great for them. First of all, I want to congratulate your assistant director, Michelle Brace. Congratulations to Michelle. She's been with the city for, what, 11 years?
Yep, Michelle's been with us 11 years, and actually she'll have her first introduction to the council next Tuesday as she comes before you for our formula grant.
Which is really great. So congratulations to her. I was very happy to hear about the promotion. And exciting news about the expansion. So things are moving along at the COA, which is what we like to hear.
Yep.
What are your, this is a huge difference between last year or the past few years' budget. It looks like you're, staffing-wise, you're doing way better than you have in a long time.
Yep, staffing is getting better with the help of the mayor and CFO. We're able to start looking to fill some positions that is much needed, especially with 900 new members going to be coming back pretty soon. We need to have especially that outreach department staffed.
Which is really great. So, and I recognize a lot of the names of your part-time people there, whether it's clerk or drivers, and they're people in the community, so it's really great to see that they're involved with the COA. Wish list, is there anything that, besides the expansion, hopefully moving along, is there anything in particular that you would really, that you're thinking about for this year?
No, I don't think so. I think we're really in good shape over there. The expansion is a little bit overwhelming, but with support, again, from Mayor Troy, the project manager, Dan Pilata, I think we're in good hands and in good shape, so I can kind of sit back a little bit and enjoy the ride.
Very good. That's really good to hear. And I'm familiar with some of the programs you've done with the fans and the air conditioners, and I can tell you a lot of the seniors in the community were very happy to be able to participate. So thank you for all you do for our seniors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mendez.
Hello. Right here. Yes, the question that I have is immigrant population in the city is aging as well. And a huge issue that most of them don't speak English. And I know you're looking for the outreach coordinator. How are you addressing the needs of our older adults that have the language barrier, that really do not speak any English? And would that person be someone that you'd be looking bilingual that would be able to assist that?
So we are very much aware that we don't have multilingual employees in our department. So that is something that we have discussed. We know it's a need. And being able to offer a position like this position full-time, I'm thinking that we'll hopefully get a good pool of candidates and be able to make a selection and hopefully find someone multilingual.
Yeah, absolutely, because I do think that there's a lot of need that they don't even know about. And you provide so many great services, so that would be great to put that focus. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rodriguez, followed by Counselor Nicastro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Janice. Before you answered her, I was actually going to come back and say, the Council on Aging and the association have a great relationship. As a matter of fact, I think we just got, 20 fans? Not fans, but actually fans, and you actually have been very, in terms of collaborating with the association in the sense, because we do see a large number of those individuals who don't speak the language. We have a senior program that we do out of there, but I think it's important for, at least for me to say here publicly that our relationship has actually been able to gap the work that needs to be done between the communities until such time that you're able to hire someone with your own facilities and abilities in a sense. But we do have that great relationship in it. And I just wanted to kind of voice that out publicly and appreciate the fact that keep the fans coming, keep the other stuff coming, whatever you can come up with. Don't forget that, we're there to, help you take care of the seniors that you might not be able to take care of at this particular time. And don't be afraid to ask our CFO for funds, because as a friend of mine not too long ago told me that the city was swimming in cash. So if the city is swimming in cash, don't be afraid of asking. Thank you, and thank you for all that you do. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Good friend you have. Counselor Nicastro, followed by Counselor Minicello.
Good evening, Mrs. Fitzgerald. Good to
Hi.
see you.
Good to see you.
I'm looking on personal, you don't have to look at it, I'll tell you. On page 185 in the budget book under personal services, you mentioned that you're looking for an outreach coordinator. But I see down below in the staff that's paid with the federal grant, which includes Dottie Slack, you're also looking for a part-time outreach worker. Any progress on that?
Nope. And actually, Dottie will be scaling back her hours as of August 1st. So my focus right now is to get this full-time outreach filled and then look into bringing in some more support through the formula grant.
Oh, that's a bummer. Dottie's so fine at Shine.
Yeah, she's amazing, but she's gonna cut back a little bit.
Sure, understandable. And enjoy life.
Yep,
Okay, I hope you're able to find that part-time worker. That will help.
yep, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Minicello.
Good evening, Mrs. Fitzgerald. Thank you for being here. With regard to the outreach coordinator, what are the expansion of services that you think you can provide by having the full-time person?
What will be the services I can provide with an outreach worker?
How will it enhance what you currently do?
Well, let's just say this. I would say probably 70 to 80% of the phone calls that we receive presently are for outreach services. Outreach, just like the word is, we can now get out into the community, get out to the Cape Verdean Association, get out to other organizations and find a way to collaborate, bring the needs, find out what the needs are. I say this, I've been saying it for the last 10 years, councils on aging aren't just bingo halls. We're a social service agency. And the needs in this community are great. They're great, so.
I couldn't agree more. I hope you find a person for that position very quickly, because I think a community that takes care of the elderly is basically a healthy community and a community that we all want to be proud of. So Brockton wants to take care of its elderly, so make sure that you get that position as quick as possible.
Yep. I'll do my best.
And a person who, like we say, can communicate with a lot of different people. Knowing language is such a skill. Knowing several languages. I wish that in this country, we really put a value on knowing several languages, like in Europe. People speak 3, 4 languages, you know, it's amazing. You know, you talk to someone, they say, oh, well, I speak French, I speak Spanish, I speak this. It's like, wow. I would love that. So, yeah, see if there's that right person that can speak a plethora of languages to our community.
Yep.
And the faster we can get that person on board, the faster we can provide more to the people who need the services, our elderly people.
Yep, you're 100% correct.
Thank you, good to see you.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else? All right, Madam Director, you are free to go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you next year, if not sooner.
Somehow I think it'll be sooner.
Next department on the agenda is law, with the city solicitor, Megan Bridges.
Madam Solicitor, good evening.
I also have with me Attorney Karen Fisher. I don't know if everyone knows her, but she's a senior assistant, and I thought this was a great opportunity for everyone to meet her.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, take it away, Madam Solicitor.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you very much, everyone, for having us and hearing from us. I think I speak for both Karen and I when I say we're excited to be here. We love our jobs and we love the department that we have the pleasure to lead. And thanks to Janice for bringing some humanity to the conversation, because I'm hopeful that my kids are watching me. So Blake, Lane, and Reed, I have a good bedtime. Mommy will see you some other time. Because we're all of us up here aren't just the jobs that we do. We're a lot more than that. I thought I would start by introducing my staff because the council graciously expanded the composition of the law department recently, so I thought it would be helpful for you all to know who they are. I'll give you a quick idea of what they do. Myself, I am the solicitor. Karen is the senior assistant city solicitor. She's worked for the city since approximately 2014.
2013.
Oh, thank you very much. That's another great reason why she's here. So Karen brings with her a wealth of institutional knowledge, comes from private practice, has had experience in different areas of the law, and presently, although the title is informal, I would call her the Chief Labor Counsel. Most of our labor issues funnel through Karen, certainly overlaying with HR and other things too, but and Karen does everything under the sun that our department does. I'm not sure why she's not next, but Aileen has worked with us since 2015, also came from private practice, and she's an excellent litigator, an excellent problem solver, project manager, and she is our property law expert, I would say, our land use lawyer, if we need to identify one. Attorneys Donegan, Cogliano, Matthew, and Pereira were new hires fairly recently, and they are a great addition to the firm, coming all from private practice. And Greg has also a stint at the AG's office. And
Good question.
they have touched all of the significant wins that the law department has accomplished this year. In Allison specifically, because of the breadth of public records law, you know, Allison is a full-time lawyer, but I would say 70-ish% of her work is dedicated to assisting departments and dealing with the Secretary of State's office on public records. That's a significant undertaking. So when we're thinking about the composition of the staff, the department has certainly expanded and we do a lot more work. But I think that point is significant as, you know, it's some type of unfunded mandate, if you want to call it that. Unfortunately, that is the law. We have an obligation to comply, which we do to the best of our abilities, but it requires a lawyer a lot of times. Michelle Yaffe is our paralegal. Cynthia is our administrative assistant, and we do have a vacant admin 1 that I am asking for funding. The position has been through 2 sets of advertising, and we do use the channels that are available. MMA, MMLA, we're not necessarily looking for someone with legal experience, but someone that understands confidentiality, someone that has some admin experience, is interested in government. One person ended up taking a job in DPW, so we had to start the search over, and we are currently now identifying folks from an applicant pool to bring in for interviews. And the ask is partially to support the growth of the department, but also as a cost-saving measure, the city has third-partied out the administration of our workers' comp claims. And the cost savings, just on the personnel alone, has been approximately $40,000. So somebody else more efficiently and for a lower cost is doing the work that we were doing in-house, but there is still some administrative work we have to do with that. And so Cynthia, that's part of her job now, and then we need someone to do day-to-day office work. So that is the staff. And then just quickly on the accomplishments, you heard from Sandy Charton earlier that she works here 3 days a week and has only started in mid-January. And prior to that, there was a consultant that was assisting the city, Mary Beth Bernard, an excellent individual to work with. But filling the gap since the resignation of the HR director has been the law department, and specifically Karen. The mayor asked her to specifically support the HR director and be in that role in the times when it's vacant or someone is not here. And so the law department has effectively ran 2 departments for almost a year. And I don't mean to diminish anyone's efforts or abilities, because that's not what I'm saying, but my people show up every day and they work really hard. And that is the 2 top bullets on my accomplishments on page 274. We have assisted the administration in multiple leadership transitions and personnel changes. In all the recruitment, even specifically Madam Auditor that's here tonight, the law department has become integral in these types of levels of hiring. So that's what those bullet points represent. And in terms of the expanded law department, what I'm so happy to gloat on my staff about is we don't have to send as many outside litigation cases out as we have had previously. As a concrete example, in this fiscal year alone, we've had 2 federal court cases dismissed just within the law department through our own efforts without assistance. And those are things that we would have had to send out because the subject matter and the attention and detail that they deserve and require in defending them. With a larger staff, you have more time to dedicate to the case. You also have more time to get an understanding of the law. I mean, both of these cases that I'm mentioning are excessive force claims, 1983 claims against the city and the police department. And those don't have exposure caps either. So these are significant wins. And we have 2 more in the pipeline that are coming up internally for dispositive motions that, the city is very excited to see the result on. We provide legal advice and opinions. This year, we've implemented case management software, much like private firms, to manage and track the work that we do and the projects that we undertake, and to manage the outside counsel and the things that they do need to hold on to. We are part of the bargaining team for contract negotiations, and in the last fiscal, we were able to successfully negotiate and integrate almost every single contract that had expired since COVID, and now we're back at the table. So that's one of our goals, to finalize that. Facilitated, developed the filming process. The workers' comp piece I've already spoke about. So those are our accomplishments, and then our objectives. I won't bore you with them all, but the couple I really want to focus on is number 7. Develop a cost savings report for case evaluation and recovery. So the city itself is not usually a plaintiff in cost recovery cases, very infrequently. But for example, someone hit the Shaw Center, and we went after that person's insurance, and we recovered $30,000 from that. Even though we had insurance or a mechanism to pay for that damage, but we recovered it, and that's the direction that I'd like to see the department keep going, is when we evaluate a case, and we're able to resolve it for less than that, that is a cost savings that I'd like to be able to report back to the community. For example, if a case is evaluated at $100,000 and it resolves at 20, 80,000 is the cost savings. It's not money in our pocket, but it is the exposure. So that is something that is hot. And then number 6, right before that, the city is looking to expand the receivership program in conjunction with Neighborhood Renewal Division, the AG's office. And I think that's significant because we've been working on this for a while, but COVID really put a damper in it. And then owner-occupied homes, the AG's office really doesn't like to take those. But that doesn't mean we don't have to deal with them. And then I could go on about our accomplishments. But, you know, we do a little bit of everything, but we cannot do it all, although we certainly try our best. And with that, if there's any questions?
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Minicello.
Good evening, Council. How are you?
Good evening. Great, thank you.
I see that you're looking for a 4.5% increase. It's not really a budget buster. How would you say over the years the development of your staff has been in terms of consistency or consistency of representation?
Until fairly recently, the staff was the solicitor, 3 full-time lawyers, and then maybe a couple part-time staff. It varied. So what the expansion, and thank you for highlighting it, it is only a 4.5% increase across the total budget, but we're just able to provide so many more services. We handle vacant abandoned building appeals in-house. I mentioned the workers' comp. We handle all of the license to carry appeals, and there have been a lot of people who have applied for license to carry through COVID. A lot of people were home, and you know, I was hopeful that you asked this question because not everyone comes to the law department with municipal experience, and I think what the current structure has allowed is for a mentorship and apprentice program. We really get to get our hands in what the municipal law is and give folks a real opportunity to practice real good law on behalf of the city in the way the department's structured right now.
So do you see the law department as developing into a very, very skilled expertise, basically with attorneys that are very familiar with, each subject? Because, I mean, when you go into a city, municipal law, it's not something that everyone can do. You know, not every general practitioner out here in Brockton can do it. It's definitely a specialized skill. So are you comfortable with the staff that you have?
Our staff is excellent. They show up every day, they bring their best to work, willing to climb whatever mountain is in front of them or whatever assignment, because that's the other thing, we have no control over what our work is. We just have to get the work done. And our work changes sometimes with the climate and the culture. And like I mentioned, those 2 federal court cases and their significance. To your point, all of that work is now going to be in-house. That expertise that we've got to model from outside counsel, we are now utilizing those skills.
I mean, there's certainly going to be some matters of law that you need to have a specialized firm who deals with whatever the issue may be. I mean, but it seems to me that the city benefits from having a law office that is very consistent and competent, and because in this day and age, everyone's suing for everything. And if you can develop those skills for the citizens of Brockton, it's going to be definitely a tax saving. So I'm very much in favor in terms of keeping as much as we can in-house and keeping consistency of representation and keeping the lawyers that we have, because being a practicing attorney, when people say to me, your staff is the same staff that you've had for years, that's a compliment, because you have consistency of service and people know what to expect. When you have a revolving door and one administration from another administration and, a new group of people, it gets hairy. And I'm glad to see that you feel comfortable with the staff that you have, because I just think that the city benefits from a consistent staff who's learning more and more and more and getting so specialized that, we cut down on what we have to hire outside counsel for, so, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell, followed by Counselor Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Solicitor and Ms. Fisher, Megan, you and I talk often, although not often enough, because you're one of those individuals who is very focused, very knowledgeable, and when I hang up the phone or we finish a conversation, I found out what I need to know, and that is so important. You really do have an exceptional department. I hope it isn't lost on counselors and residents. For $1.1 million, we're representing the interests of 105,000 people over a broad range of legal issues, from collective bargaining to land court, to tort actions, to federal cases, and it really is extraordinary. I would say to Mr. Donegan and to Assistant Solicitor Matthew, you are surrounded by some pretty talented women, so you better uphold your end of the bargain here. We don't want to be embarrassed by, you know. Okay. Now, getting back seriously on, and you don't need to refer to the page, but I think it's $283,000 is budgeted for legal. I'm going to assume that's the outside counsel?
That is the outside counsel.
Okay, so tell me, for the benefit of all of us and people who watch, what would trigger the decision to go to outside counsel as opposed to handling it in-house? Is there a list of things that you look for and you say, you know what, we'd be better sending that out and paying outside counsel? Or?
I think the shortest answer is it's subject matter specific. There is not necessarily a rubric that is evaluated for every case. Right now, we have approximately 20 cases where there's some exposure that is fairly significant. You know, and so and 15 of them are active, 20 of them have just been, we might sue you. I mean, excuse me, 5 of the 20 are, we might sue you. And 6 of those 15 we have in-house. And some of those 15 were out before I came into this role. So, sort of what I responded to Councilor Minicello, because of Karen's commitment and because of her longevity in the department, and I would say the same thing about myself, we have taken those skills and we can now implement them in. So what we use outside counsel more are things that are maybe overly sensitive, employment matters, very specialized issues, solar projects, for an example, the AWRF project that has been recently talked about. We are using outside counsel for both environmental expertise and legal. We have done training for the fire department. We use outside counsel for that, but I would think that that's something we can also emulate in-house. We use a small amount of outside counsel for negotiations, specifically with the fire department. And outside counsel, labor counsel handles those. And some of the excessive force cases, we refer to outside counsel. But in general, outside counsel is shifting to some degree in representation, but in consultation, because we want to do the work, but we don't necessarily have the expertise. So I go out and I get it, and then I figure out how to do it. So the money, I support the budget and the ask for the outside counsel. But what I can say to you is that I'm responsible with it. I'm doing the right thing with it. I'm not running out to outside counsel every time I have something. I might make a phone call and they charge me for the phone call, but then I do the work. And it's a lot of specialized things, ARPA projects that are coming through the pipeline. You know, designer contracts. Like me, myself, I have not managed multi-million dollars of public construction. I'm committed to it and I'm gonna do it and I'm a participant in the process. But I'm making sure that I have somebody on speed dial that absolutely knows, that I can send my contract to that can look at it and say, you know, here's what you might wanna do here. So I hope that answers your question.
the, things are always changing in law enforcement, and you recently brought to our attention the fact that we needed to repeal the so-called panhandling ordinance. Does your department work with the police department? Do you put on any training sessions so that the police know who all of you are and you provide them with guidance as things change, as court cases are handed down that affect the operations or the responsibilities of the police?
Both with Chief Gomes and current Acting Chief Perez, our office has enjoyed a very collaborative and open relationship. There is a lot of issues that have to be grappled with, and, you know, we're not police personnel, so that is part of it. We're lawyers. We have worked with them extensively on use of force policies, on implementation of criminal justice reform and reporting to post. But I should give credit to the police department, specifically internal affairs, who handles the brunt of this work, and they have kept on top of the deadlines. And also, the MPTC training is very robust, 40 hours of in-service every year. That covers court case developments, of course, you know this. And then they do more than the in-service. But on top of that, the training that the fire department just got, the police department is going to get also. That's just on discrimination. It's not on other activities of, you know, that involve the police. But yes, we work collaboratively. We're always a resource. We defend them either ourselves or through outside counsel. You know, we don't make people get their own lawyers, certainly, when they were acting within the scope of their employment. And we're on top of whatever's coming through that has a legal component, making sure that if they need anything from us, we're there. And when there is a problem, we work through it together.
Well, I'm very glad that we saw fit to amend the salary for ordinance positions, because some of the cases you handle could stretch on for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and if we had a revolving door, we'd lose the very people that have put their heart and soul into a case and have participated in that case, and it's not a simple matter of just handing the file off and saying, hey, go forward. So to both of you and to your entire staff, thank you very much, and to you always being responsive to my calls, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mendez, followed by Counselor Nicastro.
Hello, how are you? The question that I had was also relating to the outside counsel, but also the consultants, because as you stated, you're doing a lot more work in-house, but the numbers reflect otherwise on the budget. So there's actually an increase for the consultants of 11%. And the legal, the 283,000, that didn't decrease at all. Do you still feel the need that you're going to be needing all of that money for that since you're doing more work? The numbers does not translate to what you're telling us, and I believe that you're actually doing a great work in-house, but how would that be translated in the budget?
So I have the reports for basically all the expenditures from both those object codes. The consultants we use, prior to outsourcing workers' comp, we outsourced a component of workers' comp specifically for public safety officials called injure on duty. And so the consultant line item paid for the third-party administrator for the injured on duty claims. So that's partially what it pays for. It pays for surveillance for workers' comp people who are potentially abusing it. It pays for all arbitration costs, including our cost to be there, you know, the mediator or arbitrator. This year, the law department undertook a large scanning project, so that was paid for from consultants also because of the nature of that person's work and how he worked with us. And then there was some amount that is paid to legal for consulting. And I use the legal for consulting like on the ARPA projects. Like, we're not getting sued right now, you know, so. But I am getting consulting advice on project management, and as you can imagine, a public construction project that is, I mean, the public safety complex is another great idea. You know, my office is intimately involved in that because it's so many legal components, from the RFPs to the committee that selects whoever the bidders might be, to managing the contracts for the OPM and the design professionals. And it's a $100 million project, you know, so So I use consulting for some of that. And then in terms of the outside legal, like I mentioned, we have approximately 15 active cases right now, 7 of which are with outside counsel, and a number of which were favorably resolved this year. So those monies paid for some resolution. And the training and the labor negotiations. There was no, that would have been last fiscal, a federal trial in April 2021. It was 5 days, so 283 goes fast. 283 goes fast. And I guess I just want to reiterate my commitment to using it responsibly.
Yeah, thank you. The other question that I had regarding the total general government, which there's an increase of 6.5%. Can you elaborate what that would be?
I'm not sure if I'll know, but.
That's on page 279.
Yeah, so I do not know, but I'm guessing it had something to do with the insurance.
So that's on page 279, Counselor? So what
Yes.
that is, that's just an aggregate number for everything in the budget before you get to the court judgments and the workers' comp. So the total of all of the costs, and if you sort of added up all those percentages and average them, so the total increase for the general operation of the law department is 6.5%.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, the question that I have is regarding the Board of Health inspectors. When they go and they find a business or property owner for trash or issues like that, and they appeal it, that actually goes to the court, and then we're having to send out attorneys to represent the city. Is there a way that we can start doing that in-house so that way we wouldn't have to be having to go to court for such small issues that it's going to get dismissed anyways?
If I'm understanding your question, we don't need outside counsel for that.
No, I know, and the outside counsel has changed the subject. I'm no longer, I know it's done in-house, but we're still using our attorneys for something so small that maybe we could just handle it in-house, and if that doesn't get resolved, then go to court, instead of just going automatically to court for something that we know the judge is just going to dismiss it, then we haven't sent out attorneys or just spending a day in court for.
I would say that, sort of, absent the larger question of zoning enforcement, on this, I don't think it's a bad thing, because normally what happens is the
Madam
Board of
Solicitor.
Health. Oh, I'm sorry. Normally what happens is the Board of Health has already tried to resolve it. So they've been there a couple times, they've sent a couple letters, and they're not getting a response. And then the court has told us any type of corporation, including a municipal corporation, which we are, cannot represent itself. So when the Board of Health needs to go in on a TRO or a motion to inspect or get a motion for entry to get on the property, the housing court is forcing the city to have a lawyer there. But oftentimes we only get there until at the point in which there's been multiple communications to try and either abate the nuisance, deal with the problem. I mean, DPW is another example, because maybe someone has like a fence encroachment or something like that. They send them an engineering letter, they send them a follow-up letter, they send it down to law. We threaten to take them to court before we actually do it. We really do try and alternative dispute resolution, honestly, as much as possible. Attorney Donegan's also here, and he handles most of the vacant abandoned building appeals. And that is a large part of the process. It's not in court. We handle it here, just like traffic tickets. We hear from you. We handle those in my department too, parking tickets. We don't want to make people go to court. That's not the goal. But we can't force people to respond to communications also. And then sometimes what it does is it gets the fine paid, or it gets half the fine paid. It's not always dismissed, or it gets it cleaned up. That's the biggest thing, is action. So we're not running there if we don't have to.
Okay, perfect. As long as there's some sort of protocol to help the community to try to resolve it in-house, and then instead of, yes.
Totally explore that.
So I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nicastro.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies. Thank you for being here. My question is on page 278, under the expense summary. And under purchase of service, we have an entry, equity lawsuit.
Yes,
And so the 2021 actual on that was 0.
right.
And this budget lists 20,000 for 2022. Last year's budget listed 50,000.
Yep.
And this 2023 proposed budget is 50,000, which of course from 20 to 50 is a 150% increase. And so I'm wondering why.
Yes, I'm happy you're bringing this up, and I'm happy the superintendent is here also.
I thought that was dead.
So
Maybe it
there-
was wishful thinking.
No, it's not wishful thinking. It's folks dropped their lawsuit because they were comfortable with the state's reformulation to a certain degree of Chapter 70. But what's still out there in the gap, besides implementation because of COVID and seeing the actual impact, is that I think DOR and I forget the other, DESI, most likely, are going to study how municipalities actually allocate the portion of their budget to the schools also. That study is still outstanding, and there are still the impacts that were underlying the cause for the initial filing. So the money is being asked for with the support of the mayor in order to deal with what is, I'm potentially suggesting that we do our own study because it's coming whether or not we want one. And then we'd have our own data to talk to the folks at the state level about. And it's also there in the event that we need to engage specialists that do school law. I mean, myself, I don't do school law. The law department doesn't handle school law. The school committee has its own counsel. So that's the reason for the ask is it's sort of coming out of COVID and dealing with it wasn't really implemented, the resolution that these people were happy with in 2019.
And so these funds will be used for the outside law firm that helps us with that.
Well, I mean, that's one, that's potentially a need, but I'm also suggesting that we might try and conduct our own study to try and get the same, or get our own information for the study that it was made a part of the law whenever they changed the funding for Chapter 70. It hasn't been done, and I think in part of the COVID Emergency Acts, it was extended for a 3-year period. So I think it's 2023 is when it's on the horizon. So that's the reason for the ask.
Okay.
Try and get some, we have to plan.
To get ahead of it, in other words. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, Madam Solicitor and Attorney Fisher. Thank you for being here. Some of the questions that I had were already answered or asked and answered. You know, over the last few years, we've made a concerted effort to increase the attorneys in your office. I believe we turned 2 part-time positions into 2 full-time positions and then added an additional full-time position. So that's 3 additional full-time attorneys. And that's represented from your fiscal year 2021 actual to the 2023 proposed, a 68% increase in that full-time salaries. And then again, you know, as you stated, you know, the overall plan as we increase, and you stated it, that as we increase the personnel in your office, that hopefully, you know, that would decrease the amount of cases that you sent out, you know, thereby with some cost savings in our outside counsel budget. Now, I understand, I mean, as an attorney myself, the amount of, the field is just so wide, and it's almost impossible to get somebody that's, you know, have a large enough team that's, you know, knowledgeable in every issue I'm sure you deal with. But I just, you know, looking over that same time period, an increase in personnel costs of 68%, a decrease in consultants, outside legal fees, outside counsel, excuse me, a decrease of 3.75%. So hopefully as your attorneys, come up to speed with many of the issues that you deal with, we can see over a projected period of time a decrease in that outside counsel budget. You also made mention that you already, you assumed some cases that were already outside. Obviously, those matters you're not just going to take away from counsel, but I think this council would like to see, some bang for the buck there. And, we will be keeping an eye on that over the next few years. Couple questions. I see in your personnel services non-net, there's $20,000 in part-time salaries, but you no longer have any part-time employees. So could you explain that?
Yes, so the idea is to potentially pay interns. That's what the money is, that's the ask. We've had great success with about half a dozen interns, maybe 5. And and they were all unpaid. They were all unpaid, but it impacts our ability to get some assistance. And so that's what the money's for. No, we're not, it's not for, it's for the hope for the intern. I'm a Northeastern grad, and the way that program works is we could potentially have an intern every 12 weeks if we could, we're sort of far from Boston, so that's a little bit prohibitive. So I'm looking for the money to sort of balance that out.
Right, and these would be law students, you're saying?
Yes, they
right?
would be law
Okay.
students, yes.
I interned in law school as well, so it was always good getting paid for that. Your down in purchase of services, equity lawsuit.
Yes.
So I know previously there was some potential anticipated litigation regarding, before the Student Opportunity Act was passed. So, we were contemplating filing a lawsuit at that time. I see that there's a $50,000 line item. Are we currently engaged in or anticipating a future equity lawsuit?
It is unclear. It's unclear. And I'm in sort of follow-up on some of the comments to Councilor Nicastro. It was identified as part of some of the emergency legislation signed by Governor Baker in the beginning of 2020. We're going to put on hold what we were able to come up with as resolution for the equity lawsuit. So the Student Opportunity Act, which became law in 2019, updated the spending standard in Chapter 70 school finance law, but did not significantly change how municipal contributions to schools are calculated. So basically, they said, okay, if you can really implement this in the way that you say you're going to, we're going to be happy with it. But that also required studies that have not been completed and have been put on pause legally. So it's unclear. It's unclear, and in light of the studies that the Commonwealth is legally obligated itself to perform without any control over those mechanisms or data, then I'm suggesting that the city consider utilizing this funding to do the same testing that the state's doing at its level.
So you're saying that basically if the state doesn't carry out what they stated that they would carry out in the legislation, then potentially we would.
I'm saying we should do it at the same time, because they've gotten a grace period, and we're not a participant in we're a limited participant in their data collection, as opposed to managing the process for our data collection, which would serve the same goal, identifying how our money is distributed, if there is impacts that need to be identified and modified, resource allocation. But I'm posing this, the money to be there for that purpose, to get ourselves up to speed in preparation for sort of the criminal justice reform law. This is a little bit analogous to that. It could be big changes.
Now with that, if you decided to move ahead with the lawsuit, would that be in-house, or with the $50,000, why wouldn't that be outside counsel budgeted, or why in its own separate line item?
I think for the most part, it's just easily identifiable what the point of the money is. And then also, I'm suggesting it be used for a study, not necessarily legal defense at this juncture, because there is not active litigation.
Okay, understood.
We don't do a lot of studies.
Point of interest?
Point of information,
I'm
Councilor
sorry.
Minicello.
I'm new at this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Doing great, Councilor.
Point of information. Coming from the school side with Councilor D'Agostino, Brockton has very unique circumstances. We are a gateway city, the biggest gateway city here on the South Shore. We attract many people because of the resources and the community that we are. We have students and plenty of families who are low income, low to moderate income. So we have special circumstances, financial and otherwise, cultural, language, gateway city issues that are unique to Brockton, and very unique to Brockton. And I can understand why you would want to have a pool of money to, it's better to be proactive in this thing with the state, believe me, than to ride the other coattails, because the other communities do not have on the South Shore the needs that this city does and the welcoming community that this city does with regard to students and children from other countries. So it's good to be ahead of the state, believe me, because the state's not looking to do Brockton any favors. So that's my point of information.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor, I appreciate that. Just lastly, so, you know, one of the things that I'm finding, and I don't know, I guess the question is, does the law department handle this? One of the things I'm finding in my ward is, you said earlier, the abandoned vacant houses, you know, they tend to go into disrepair, whether they're bank owned or, you know, owned by somebody that you know, doesn't care about the property, or maybe over outside the state. So receiverships, how many buildings right now would you say your office is currently handling in our receiverships?
Right now, there are, I would say, a half a dozen properties identified. There are no active receivership petitions that are currently filed with the Housing Court. And part of it has been because the state sort of came in and said, you know, we really want to control this process. We have money, and we want to support you here. And that was 2 years ago. And the Neighborhood Renewal Division, like I said, is very reluctant to file on owner-occupied. They just don't want to do it. It's hard, and I've litigated these privately before, too. We have had them in-house. We've had hoarders, unfortunately, and it rises to the level of receivership, but even a judge becomes reluctant to give you those rights, and they just call you into court every 2 weeks. Make you want to, well, you know, a progress plan, right? Where are you going to get to? Who's your contractor? Let me see your contract. So we've had some success in those, but that's why I identified it as an objective, because I'm hopeful that it has a sort of some type of trickle-down effect for other areas of code enforcement. And we have a great resource at the AG's office, even if they don't file them on our behalf, and in the BRA as a potential receiver also.
Right. So are you unable to file them because the AG has kind of taken over that, or?
Well, no, I think we were just sort of, we were letting them carry the ball, and then now we're going to take the ball back.
So what about the lien and cleans? Is that through your office, or?
Sometimes it's the Board of Health, sometimes it's the DPW. Our office is often involved. Whether we give an opinion that this is the right time, you gave enough notice, did you try this, to Councilor Mendez's point, let's see what we can do here. And then, according to ordinance, when we need to abate the nuisance in whatever fashion it is, the department contracts out with a third party or does it itself in terms of how big the job is. And then either they pay it gets lien on their tax bill. I've recorded them at the registry for demolition costs when they're significant. So we make sure we get paid.
Okay. With kind of in the economic situation we're in, I know back at, say, 2008, 2009, a lot of houses went into foreclosure. A lot of houses went into disrepair. We all know what the economic situation is now. It's something that we're kind of anticipating that potentially we would see, maybe, hopefully, please, not that level, but when you have some troubled properties where overgrown, fences falling down, squatters, stuff like that. So, it's something that we really need to keep an eye on and maybe pull the trigger when necessary.
We have gotten excellent at utilizing the vacant abandoned building ordinance and process. The building department manages it, and then our department handles the appeals. But it's been, I would say, very successful as of the past few years, to the credit of Mr. Plouffe and my office. in terms of enforcing it and getting people's attention on it. That's only part of what you're saying. I totally hear you. But the vacant abandoned buildings, if you do see one, you can call the building department. They'll send out an inspector. They will do an inspection.
Right.
And then we can take it to a receivership if it is vacant. Much easier.
Okay, understood. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Solicitor. Thank you, Attorney Fisher, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor D'Agostino.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. Couple of things, and first I've had the opportunity both when I was on the school side and now in my time as a counselor to work with members of your team, and I've always found them to be very professional and do a great job, and so I just wanted to put that out there. So I really appreciate that. Couple of things we've talked a lot, and some of the other counselors have mentioned the outside counsel item, and I'm wondering if maybe I'm not seeing this because, you know, being fairly new, I don't have far enough back data to see it, so hopefully you can help me with that. Obviously, I see the increases in your personal services, and I know that's because we've been adding folks to your staff, and that all makes sense, right, with the goal of less outside counsel, but I don't see much changing on the outside counsel side.
And I'm going to be honest about it. There is not a change, but there has been a significant change to get to the 283. It was $500,000 in 2019.
Okay, I don't have far enough back to see that.
So that's a point of reference. And the council wanted to reduce outside counsel budget fees, and we worked within the parameters. What I'm suggesting right now is the expansion of our office has allowed us to do much more general work, but it has also allowed us to be a participant in a lot of the other large projects that are going on in the city that require legal expertise. So that is why the budget that you're being asked to consider, it does have an increase in salaries, in personnel, but like I said about Allison Cogliano, for example, she's a new hire, but 75% of her work is public records law. So that doesn't help me in outside counsel at all, because she doesn't take on any of the work that I would give out to them. But she's a necessary part of the department and the city, frankly. She works with every single department in the city. So that's sort of, one example. And then maybe you're familiar with the Brightfield site right off of Grove Street.
Sure.
I've been working with outside counsel the entirety of this fiscal year, trying to bring that site up to a better place, as well as identify other solar opportunities for the city that are non-net metering, that are revenue generating. That's what I use the outside counsel money for, things that I cannot do.
Right, okay. No, and there's always going to be a need for some amount of outside counsel, right? Something comes up that's just specialized, and we can't have every specialty in your field here and on staff, obviously. So I understand there'll always be a need for that. I think probably not having the 2019 number in front of me is why I wasn't seeing a reduction while I was seeing staffing going up. So I appreciate the clarification on that.
And the staffing is very new, too. That was another thing I was thinking about before coming here is, I don't know if we've gotten the full opportunity really to see what the full staff is, capable of.
Right.
Because the expansion was, it's over a year old, a little over a year old. But Erica just came on in November of 2021.
Okay.
And she comes with over a dozen years of civil litigation experience. So we are going to be able to do exactly what you and Counselor Thompson, I think, are asking, is make some changes here.
Right.
But we just need a little bit more time.
Okay, fair enough. So then the next item, and I know this has been talked about a little bit as well. If you don't have, so there's a couple things here where I'm looking for what did you actually spend versus what I'm seeing was prior budgeted. If you don't have that readily with you today, I'm fine if you can just email it to me, at some time tomorrow, prior to tomorrow's meeting. So for example, we see the actual 2021 consultants ended up at 38,000. And I know budgeted was different. So FY 2022 budgeted was 86. I'd like to know what the actual was there.
So I wouldn't know yet because the fiscal's not over.
And
Can you give me an actual year-to-date?
yes, I have it.
All right, to frame that
definitely have it.
correctly.
And I've actually, there is only $3,107 left in there as of today.
Okay, so you've pretty much used that entire item this year.
Yes, there was some POs that have been processed since the point in time that the budget was generated.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, you know, the increase you're looking at there is a modest. I don't think that's unreasonable, especially now learning that you've almost used the entirety of what you got from the year before. So that makes sense, thank you. Tuition and training, I'm all about continuing education, and in my own field, we have to do that. I think it's absolutely necessary. I'm glad other departments are doing this, but I noticed you had in '21, find it, make sure I'm speaking correctly, $15,000, and it looks like the actual used was only $1,190. And I'm wondering if you have an actual year-to-date. You've got $25,000 in the current year's budget.
I do. So, with a couple outstanding invoices, we've spent approximately $5,000, $5,500 so far.
Okay. So, and your ask is 25, and I guess that kind of gets to my point, is we're allocating,
Sure.
you know, $25,000, $15,000, and $1,100, $5,500 is getting used.
Sure.
And certainly I'm happy to invest in the training that your staff needs, right? I mean, that's gonna provide value and services for the city, and it just makes sense, but I don't wanna allocate excessive amounts of money to that either. So I guess my question is, do you really need 25,000 to provide your staff with the training opportunities that they need?
So the staff has never utilized out-of-state travel or conference attendance for the most part, unless it's very local.
Right.
So that is something that I would like to potentially capture, is, you know, international municipal lawyers events. I myself wanted to go to one and just didn't work out for me. But those things come with a decent cost, and they've never been done before. So this year, I would, you know, we did not use a significant amount of the money, but we also utilize, I'd like every lawyer to have a OnePass account, which gives on-demand access to any type of legal resource that the highest level of continuing ed in Massachusetts authorizes. So right now, we only have one subscription for that, because it was something that we just tested out, and we really use it. So I'd like to buy a lot more. We're expanding our legal research subscription from 5 lawyers to 7. And so those costs you haven't seen yet. And again, our conference attendance has been very limited, partially because of COVID, but that's also just because how the office didn't operate like that. We sent everything out. We didn't learn how to necessarily do it. So.
Okay. And obviously, I don't want to see it, oh, let's use it because it's there. It's got to be the right opportunities to provide the right types of professional development for your team. But, you know, I just, okay, if it's needed and you can get training that's going to benefit the taxpayers of the city, then great. I'm happy to fund that. But I guess I'm just saying, if we continue to see that it's not really being utilized, then I guess my thought is, okay, well, why do we keep funding it and growing it?
Understood.
You know, so, all right. I think I had one more similar type of question. Court judgments, and obviously I'm not going to go previously because we know we had the big case, the Lopes case to contend with. So FY 2022, I know the year's not over, but do you have a year-to-date on that?
Yes, there is not much in there. There was a $185,000 judgment that we paid. Oh, thank you. There's 37 and change left in there, Counselor.
37 remaining, okay. All right, and then finally, I'll mention, because it was talked about, and as my colleague, Councilor Minicello, mentioned in our time on the school committee,
Is that counseling?
the equity lawsuit was a big item, and as I understand it, the SOA is a may fund, not shall fund type of situation with the state. They could, if they, and that's the thing. So I'm glad that that item is still there, because I think it still needs to be there, because I think that the fact that we were ready and gearing up and ready to file is what put pressure on the Commonwealth to do the right thing, which we all know they should have done long before. But also you mentioned being in a position to do our own research. And again, DESE and others in the Commonwealth at the state level will find the research to support their point and their stance. And we need to be in a position to fund some of our own research to make sure that, you know, I mean, there was early in my time on the committee when our funding was being cut and our class sizes were going up. There was this study from Utah that said class size didn't matter because that's applicable here in Brockton, right? That was pushed out by DESE and others. And so that's just an example of why we need to be in a position and have funding to be able to do look at our own research and fund our own research and ultimately keep that item in there should we ever need to move forward, because the Commonwealth, unfortunately, has a habit of underfunding things. They've traditionally underfunded charter school reimbursement. They've underfunded circuit breaker, that, you know, and so I think we need to still be in a position to take some action there. So I'm glad that's there, and I certainly support that. Hopefully we never have to use it, you know, but I think that was all I had, except I did want to share with you that since Mr. Donegan was brought up earlier, he did make it a point to share with me that he thought you were one heck of an attorney. And so he was singing your praises to me not too long ago here at City Hall. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If raises are going around, Madam Solicitor. Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? All right, just shy of doing a whole hour with us. You are free to go, Madam Solicitor. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Counselor Farwell.
Mr. Chairman, some of our fellow elected officials from the school committee are here. I see Mr. Petronio and the superintendent is here. And I'd like to make a motion to take the school department budget out of order and have them appear next. Every budget is important, but our colleagues are here, and that's that is the largest in the city. So motion to take them out of order now.
Motion's been properly made and seconded. All those in favor? All opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Superintendent, good evening.
Next department, school, Michael Thomas, Superintendent.
I want to take a moment to call out some of our colleagues on the school committee. Our vice chair and my counterpart for Ward 6, Joyce Azak. Ward 1, Kathy Ehlers. Ward 3, Jared Homer. And Ward 4, Mr. Tony Rodriguez. I was also contacted by school committee members Judy Sullivan and Tim Sullivan. They are in committee meetings and unable to attend, but send their support. Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all for having me. It's always great to be here with all of you. And first, I want to thank you, the mayor, and the school committee always for your support of the students and staff of the Brockton Public Schools. And I'll go through a quick presentation, then obviously I'm happy to take any questions you have. So everybody have the handout? I don't want to start without, thanks, Aldo. So some key highlights about the budgets this year is this is the first time 2 years straight that we are having no layoffs. Again, that's great news, as Mr. Minicello and Mr. DiAgostino well know, and Mr. Fowler before that, the years we spent laying off in the school district. We do have 80 reductions being made through attrition. That's some teaching staff, some administrative staff, and some support staff positions. And a lot of that is done because enrollment is down, but there'll be no layoffs. Addition, that are reflected in the budget, we are adding 4 more pre-K classrooms as the state and us are starting to really gear up for the expansion of pre-K. Hopefully, the state and federal government soon come through with funding to have full-day, universal full-day pre-K. Our challenge when that happens will be space, but we are getting ready for that. We are going through a complete redesign of the elementary level bilingual programming, which is something that we've been working on called the Launch Program, to make sure we're supporting our English language learners and making sure we're getting them included, so they're not spending years in bilingual classes. And we've had this discussion, and this new Launch Program is geared to make sure we're giving them the support they need starting at the pre-K level and making sure we're moving them into general education classes much quicker than we are at this time. So, but obviously our students need and staff need support around that. So I'm looking forward to our new Launch Program that will start in September. ESSER 3 funds, a significant of those funds are being used for professional development and curriculum needs, and I'll go over that in more detail as we move forward. And then I'm happy to say that starting in September of 2022, we will launch our new early college program. Early college is the talk around the state. As you know, New Heights graduated just 2 weeks ago at Massasoit. They have an early college program that they opened the school with, and 69 of their students graduated with a high school diploma and a diploma associate's degree from Massasoit. I've been meeting frequently with the new president, Ray Pasquale, at Massasoit, who is very supportive of the Brockton Public Schools in his short time, 8 months that he's been here. He's fully, and I told him, I met with him, and I was honest, I said, I want what New Heights has for the Brockton Public Schools. So we are starting an early college. We're signing an MOU with Massasoit. We also, as a 2-year partner, and we'll be signing an MOU with President Clark at Bridgewater State University, as them being our 4-year partner for early college. So the state is starting to put much more funding into early college. Massachusetts is very far behind other states with early college, but we will be in the forefront to make sure our students have that opportunity. So just quickly about the net school spending budget. So FY22, we had actual spending at $205,327,000. And then in FY23, requested budget, this was based on the governor's and House 1 budget. We're looking at $220,650,000. And then the city's estimate for FY23, the funding is $220,967,562. As you can see, that money is the way it's developed in the last column. From the city side, $206,317,000. Then you have your Title I, II, and III grants, $6.4 million. Those are federal grants that come in every year. And then revenue from the circuit breaker is $2 million. And then for ESSER funds to make up the difference is $6.2 million. So net school spending expenses. Well, again, the last column, personnel services, which are our biggest expense at $152,967,000. Personnel services for non-certified, that's certified at the top. Non-certified is $34 million. Ordinary maintenance, which is obviously all the operational costs, at $38 million. There is an travel out of state. That is in the teacher's contract for any professional development activities. That's in the collective bargaining agreement with the teachers. So any out-of-state travel for professional development, that's always been provided by the school committee in the collective bargaining agreement. It's been in there for a long time. And then inventory drawdown is basically extra inventory that we do not have to buy because obviously we were out of school last year for a long time. So things like toilet paper and paper towels and paper that's used was always ordered, but obviously not used because we were not in school for such a long period of time. So we've been able to make up some money through that. And also part of that $4 million is also $2 million of that is the attrition. through the people the 80 people that won't be coming back. Not in that school spending is obviously the buses. So you can see the estimated cost, 12.1 million, revenue from circuit breaker 1.5 million, for a total of 13.645 million. And then as you look at the net school spending expenses, personnel services, again, as you see that go up to 9.237 million, that is, now that we have our own transportation department, we now have, obviously, van and bus drivers and office staff and safety staff and mechanics. So as you see, that's the big jump in personnel services. Last year we did half the buses and vans. This year, the other half are coming in. So transportation, Alda, what's the next one? The 4.4 million, transportation.
That's mostly special education.
Special ed,
Door to
okay,
door,
all right,
and homeless.
okay. So last year, we were at 12,900,000. This year, 13.6. The estimated savings for FY23, because again, thanks to the mayor, the school committee, and the city council, because you approved last year's money for buying the vans, we'll be saving close to $3 million this year. If we were to continue to contract these services out to private transportation companies, we'd be spending about $3 million more. And that's just the second year of the transportation department. As the years go on, that savings will start to grow 5, 6, 7, 8 million, and eventually be up to $50 million a year within the next 7 to 10 years. And as you can see now, with everything going up, especially the cost of gasoline and diesel, we're probably low on this estimate. We'll probably be saving even more as we go forward, because private companies, they build in a surcharge when gas prices go high, and they really hammer you with that. So we're able to control those costs. Even though it's more expensive, we're able to control it more rather than, at the mercy of the transportation companies. So some factors in why our Student Opportunity Act money was down this year. We have a drop in student enrollment. The state is their new supplemental low-income data collection form. So what happens is if students are not directly certified, so if a family does not receive assistance through the state, either SNAP benefits, food stamps, or those kind of things, they're not directly certified. So what happens is the state, those who are not directly certified, the state doesn't count those students as low income. So who does this impact? It impacts a lot of families that come from other countries, and obviously they're very nervous about filling out those kind of forms, especially if they're not here legally. So they don't fill those forms out. They're not directly certified. So we have several hundred kids in the Brockton Public Schools that their families would never fill out this information, and I can't blame them. It's a very tedious process. The forms they make, the state makes them fill out. This is something we've been fighting with the state on through the Student Opportunity Act and other things, that they really need to change this process. I think it's borders on discrimination, making families fill out this information. Again, and it does not capture a lot of families that are not here legally. So we don't get funding for those students, and I'll go into more of that. Enrollment, as you can see, I went back to 2019. Back in 2019, we had 16,600 students. This is as of June 1st. And right now in 2022, we have 15,417. So we're down 1,200 students from pre-pandemic. And then going into the big 3 SOA comparison, in which I was just speaking about, if you look at Brockton, so last year when the state finally came up with the Student Opportunity Act money, as you know, it didn't come through during the pandemic year. They went back to, 2012 or 2016? They went back to the 2016, the way they used to count low-income students, and that was a real benefit for us. They went through the lunch, so if a student received free or reduced lunch, that's how they counted them as directly certified. That's how they counted them as low income, which obviously was the way they did it for years. And then when they changed the funding formula in 2015, we lost those students, but they went back to 2016 last year, and we picked up a lot of students there, and we picked up a lot of money. This year, they went back to the after 2016, where you have to be directly certified. We lost 1,006 students who now were all of a sudden, not low income. And we lost $6.1 million through the Student Opportunity Act money because of that. So that's a battle that the gateway cities and urban districts continue to go through with the state. Even though they have passed the Student Opportunity Act money, that issue of how we count low-income students is a problem, and we need to continue to really push the state on that, and they have not come up with a solution yet. Again, the solution is these really these forms, tedious forms that they make these families fill out. And again, we do everything we can to try to get them to fill out information, but it's very difficult. So, however, the good news is we're not here talking about how we're going to cut 12, 16 million or 9 million and how many teachers we're laying off and how big the class sizes are going to be, talking about cutting buses or making kids walk 2.5 to 3 miles. So the good thing with ESSER 3 and then things we did put in the budget to highlight, so we have educators for 4 new pre-K classrooms, which is a huge benefit for families. Again, this is something we need to continue to grow. We do have to adopt a new kindergarten through 5 ELA curriculum. Ours is outdated. It also has to be more culturally responsible. And so that with the curriculum and with the PD, that's $4.1 million. That's coming out of ESSER 3, which is allowed under ESSER 3. Anything to do with curriculum or supporting students for learning loss. We need a new civics curriculum at the middle school level, $284,000. We need a new digital reading program, 9 to 12, that's $240,000. A summer instructional conference for teachers and administrators. Again, this is all around PD, $120,000. Then in the budget, again, this is the bilingual language acquisition coaches for our new launch program to support our teachers. So these will be teachers from the bilingual department will be paid a little extra. They'll teach less, and they will be coaching other teachers how to support our English language learners. Then our ESL certification program, $150,000, and then training in materials for our new middle school honors academy, which is bringing back advanced classes and honors classes to every middle school and not just one. So every middle school now, students will be able to stay in their neighborhood school and have honors or advanced classes at every one of the middle schools starting next year. As you know now, students have to leave their neighborhood school and go only to the PLUF. There's only one access entry into that is when you're leaving 3rd grade going into 4th grade. You would go into a tag program that still exists at the elementary level, but then that same tag program would just go to the PLUF. And again, great program, but it never had any other entry points. So if a student came in, moved into the city, or a student was an English language learner, or a student with disabilities who, struggled in the 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade, then all of a sudden the 6th or 7th grade, they really got it together, and they were coming out of the bilingual program, or their IEP was changing. If they're a student with disabilities, they could not get in to the tag program. This way now, there's an entry point at every grade, even if it's 8th grade. And when they go to high school, they can take any class, but was very limited at elementary and middle school. So having a honors academy at every middle school, this will be tied, the honors academy will be tied to the National Junior Honor Society. As you know, the high school has a National Honor Society. They have now a middle school honor society. So this program will run off of the Junior National Honor Society and has to fulfill all their requirements. And then, again, building back better, professional development needs, that's 3.9 million. Textbooks, materials, software, media, general classroom supplies, that's 8.4 million. Again, this is the one-time ESSER 3 money that, we really didn't want to spend on personnel. We needed to spend on facilities, upgrading, professional development, and especially curriculum, which is so outdated. Student transportation services is the $7 million out of ESSER 3 that buys the rest of the buses. We put $500,000 in, again, for the early college program. We have our district-wide Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Conference during the election day every year in November. That started last year. That's $150,000 for that. A restorative justice training for a discipline system is $140,000. And then student support service for social emotional well-being and professional development, K to 12, 1.7 million, and then accelerated learning programs, 1.5 million. So that's how we are paying for all the after-school programs. So there's no cost to families. That's how we're paying for all our summer programs at no cost to families. So, we're using ESSER 3 for that, because anything to do with supporting students around their learning loss for COVID, that's what ESSER 3 is supposed to be used for, or anything to do with facilities. And again, they did allow us to buy the buses. So I can take any questions now. And again, I thank you for always having us here and supporting us. And you've been doing that for a long time, especially during the lean years. But now that times are much better, it's much easier to come before you with good news and not news about laying people off and having class sizes at 30 to 35. So, again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Councilor Minicello, followed by Councilor D'Agostino.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent, Mr.
Good evening.
Petronio.
Good.
I see my fellow members of the school committee and the new members, welcome. Superintendent, with regard to the non-net school spending and the addition of transportation, our own buses, how have you seen that, how have you seen this new program, or I guess enterprise, going?
Actually, it's going really well. It was off to a rocky start back when we first started in September. Probably first 2 or 3 weeks of school, we struggled. But as the time went on, as we were able to hire more drivers and really tweak things, it has gone very well. And now, and I put a public service announcement out there, we're looking for 60 new drivers. So if anybody's interested in becoming an employee for the Brockton Public Schools that wants to, drive a bus or a van, the application process is open, and we obviously hire city residents first. That's a requirement. We can only hire non-residents, again, once we have hired everybody that's qualified. That's a city resident. They get hired first preference, and obviously, if we do have a shortage, we hire outside the city. But we really push people to apply. So it's going well. And now the biggest thing, and I've been working with the mayor and the school committee on this, and I've talked to some of the city councilors, it's now we need to find a location. As you know, we're leasing space at the fairgrounds. It's really not sustainable for us to stay there long term, so we've been spending a lot of time trying to find a location where we could, again, keep all the buses in a bus yard, and also, most importantly, have a garage in an area we can repair them. So that right now is the biggest next hurdle to get, is to really find a location for the bus department.
Well, when this was contemplated, we contemplated this, as you might recall, because of the basic monopoly that, certain bus companies had on Brockton. And, you made a statement, that, we were adding buses and that we were saving $3 million, but had we not done that, could you explain what was going to happen to the existing routes that we had and the services that some of the neighborhoods in the city would have, including Ward 1, which was not going to happen under my watch, but go on.
Yep, so you would have increased the transportation for high school students would have went to 3 miles. Right now it's 2. You would have increased middle school, which would have went to 3 miles. And the elementary would have went from 1.5 to 2 miles. So obviously, you know what that would do with that many more students. I think we estimated when we did, that would make about 5,000 students walk that currently get transportation. So that would have happened if we stayed with outside companies, as Mr. Minicello said. We spent a lot of time, school committee did on this over the years. You know, preparing for this, Aldo did a great job putting numbers together, but like Mr. Minicello said, we had one company that bid every 3 years. We'd have some companies come in and kick the tires, but we always only had one company, so we were at their mercy. They could continue to raise their, it was on average, Aldo, what, 5 to 7%?
Average of 6% over the past 15 years.
So every year was about 6% increase every year. So
That didn't include this spike in gasoline.
no, and that would be extra in the contract. So it was 6% every year, and then they would have this fuel escalator. So yeah, we would right now, and then it was getting to a point where we wouldn't have been able to, if we stayed with the private companies, eventually we would only be able to offer transportation, which is state mandated, which would be for K to 6 students, and then any student 7th grade and up would not get transportation, because that's what the law says you have to do. But that's what we were going towards if we stayed
As I
private.
recall, what would you think they would do to our dropout rates in the city of Brockton and to the youth in the streets of Brockton? What do you?
Right, the dropout rate would have probably went up 5-6% because students not having transportation, you know, probably would have stayed home. You know, it's a huge, and the thing, Mr. Michelle, that I didn't mention is that how much more transportation services we can provide having our own buses. We can actually start to look at moving in the walkouts, you know, get closer. We now can provide transportation now that the Champion High School is moving from the old high school over to Summer Street. All those students will be getting transportation. Right now, they don't. If we were still with the contracted company, that would have never happened. So now we can start, once the buses come in, we can change routes and start to actually lessen the walk zones so more kids are allowed to ride the bus. And also, it provides us with much better coverage for all our field trips and for our athletics as well, or any extracurricular activities. So it's a big benefit. It's also, it's good for the community because we also have, these buses have serviced some of our community partners. And, you know, to go to different events that support the school system. So it's not only a benefit for the Brockton Public Schools, it's a benefit for the community of Brockton as a whole.
And without our colleagues and friends on the city council, that would not have happened.
Nope, not at all. Yep.
And just getting back to one other point, which basically merges with the law department that was just here, and we were talking about the equity and education monies that are set aside. You just said it, the state's doing the shuffle again with regard to direct certification.
Right.
And low and reduced lunches. There was the game. For a couple of years, the state plays the game like, oh, we're going to give you a little bit. And
Show.
You know, we're their hero, they're our hero. And then, oh, well, you know, we've given you a little too much money, so now we're going to go back to the old formula. And that in lies why we need monies.
Correct.
Could you tell me what you think that monies could be used for to help the Brockton Public Schools?
I think it directly what we was just talking about. It's that how they count the low-income students. You know, it was fine when they counted them through the free and reduced lunch. As you know, all students in the Brockton Public Schools are eligible for free lunch because we are over that 90%, Aldo? 60% or more. But even when we were counting, we were at 90%. So anytime a district is over 60% of students that qualify for free or reduced lunch, it means the whole system is free. So the point is, when they use that, you know, when they went back to 2016, last year, we had $21 million extra in Student Opportunity Act. When they didn't use that, and now they went back to directly certified, that was $6.5 million that we lost. So that's why you have to keep the money there, because, and I meet with the urban superintendents once a month, and they're saying the same thing. I mean, Springfield, Worcester, New Bedford, Fall River, it's a battle with how they're counting the low income, and it's just not fair.
And we have these students, correct?
They're here, absolutely, they're here.
We're educating these students, and what is it doing to the other resources for our, let's say, our general ed students?
Correct.
What happens to their funding?
It just gets sucked up. Yep.
It obviously goes down and...
Goes down and...
What has to be pulled from a pot?
Absolutely.
That the money, in my opinion, I guess, do you agree that it should be there because these kids are here?
Absolutely.
We're serving them. We're
Absolutely.
welcoming them. I mean,
Yep.
the government lets them in,
Exactly, and
but yet...
no family, and I don't blame them one bit, would fill out those forms. They're not gonna fill out those forms because in fear of being deported, and it's just, they're not gonna fill those forms out. And even though we try, we have a person on staff, we have a couple people on staff that speak multiple languages to help families fill out these forms, but, you know, we might get a few, but they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it.
Well, thank you, Superintendent.
You're welcome.
The fight is still
Oh,
with
yeah,
us.
yeah, still here.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor D'Agostino.
Good evening, and thank you to you and our colleagues on the school committee for being here. It's a little different being on this side. Usually I'm sitting out there.
Yes.
So a couple of quick things, and Councilor Minicello touched on a lot of the items that I wanted to raise, but again, we talked with the law department. You heard just about keeping the pressure on and keeping those items there, and it's funny that I said earlier about the state may fund, and Mr. Petronio, if I'm not mistaken, that was a conversation we had. The SOA is a may fund, not a shall fund. And that's exactly, and here it is, we're playing games. You know, it wasn't just a few minutes after I made that comment, you come up and show us that we're back to playing games with economically disadvantaged funding. At least they only did 1,000 this time. When they first started the charade, it was 4,500 kids they dropped off of our count.
Yeah. That was a $16 million deficit that year.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to keep going off and on that, but it just drives me bonkers that they just, I hope those 1,000 kids are enjoying their newfound wealth according to the state.
Yeah, especially during COVID, exactly.
Right, right. So at any rate, so we will certainly continue to stand ready for that fight. We don't have a choice, and it sounds like the other districts are saying the same things.
Right.
And realizing
All their urban districts.
that unfortunately, the Commonwealth has what I call the something shiny syndrome, or maybe I should call it the sore thumb syndrome, right? And so the sore thumb was we were about to sue them and had a darn good case, so here's some money to go away, and now you're not quite as sore a thumb, so now we're gonna pull some money away and wait till you're a sore thumb again, but. On the topic of transportation, and I'm so glad we did that, it was kind of, I kind of couldn't believe in the end of my time on the committee, as we were gearing up to do this, the vendor just kept giving us more and more reasons why this was the right thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why we needed to be in control of our own destiny with funding. And just for everybody who may not realize it, this is a city expense. There's no Chapter 70 money, and there was no state money in this bus funding. This is all city. So that's $3 million saved for the Brockton taxpayers. That's really important, and again, puts us in charge of and kind of the captains of our own destiny on transportation. And
we also have to remember that the company we are still using and was the same company that came after us that wanted to be paid. They wanted us to pay them for services during when we shut down for COVID. So we shut down for obviously on the March 12th of 2020 and we didn't have any school, obviously. Everybody stayed home until the end of the year, the end of the school year. And they came after us, so we had to use the law office. And it was recommended highly that even from the state, at the state level, that, you know, municipalities should pay their bus vendors. We took the stance with the mayor, the city council, Aldo, that it's illegal to pay for services that are not rendered. I mean, this is taxpayers' money. And then I remember Mr. Minicello and the school committee, Mr. DiAugustino said, you know, when we were laying teachers off, you know, dozens and dozens of teachers and paras, our bus company didn't lower, you know, their price to help us save teachers. So, and they wanted us to pay them for services not rendered where, you know, we couldn't defend it, because if we were going to do that, then I would have had to pay every paraprofessional that lost money that could not be a monitor on the bus, every coach that coaches a sport and does an extracurricular activity throughout the whole spring who weren't able to coach because we closed down, and all the extra money, you know, paras and MTAs who don't make a lot of money, they never got paid for that. So how were we going to turn around and give a private company? So that's the kind of business we were dealing with. And so for us to have our own now it's great. And it's kind of a sore spot. So I'm sorry I brought that up to ramble on, but.
No, and I wasn't going to go there, but earlier when I mentioned that I had the opportunity in the end of my time on the committee to work with the law department, that's what I was referencing, was working with Solicitor Bridges and Aileen from her office, and Aldo and you know, the mayor and you, and you know, to get that matter resolved. But yeah, I mean, they just kept giving us more reasons to move in this direction.
Right.
So, one of the things, and I mentioned earlier that the state has a habit of not fully funding, I'm curious, how did we do with McKinney-Vento?
Actually, that's up, right, Aldo? McKinney-Vento?
McKinney-Vento's still operating fine.
Yep.
They've
actually funded that pretty well, and again for next year as well.
Excellent,
Yep,
excellent.
they
Good.
actually have stayed up with that.
That was, I know, something that was frequently.
Yes, that was always a battle.
issue. So, okay. All right. Very quickly to make sure there wasn't anything else. And then the ESSER funds, and these are all great things that you're doing with the ESSER funds the district really needs, the students are really benefiting and going to continue to benefit from, but that has, like all of the COVID-related money, that funding does have an end date.
Yes, it's the December of '24.
Right. So one of the things I just wanted to mention, you know, there's been a lot of talk about a lot of mental health issues in our country and really in the world, but, you know, certainly in our city and in our state, and you know, our students are also having those types of issues. Can you just talk, and I know some of that is probably in this student support services, but can you talk about what you're able to fund, or have you been able to increase? I know there's an item for psychologists that's gone up, and just support services for students struggling with mental health issues.
So we, over the last 2 years, we have doubled the amount of adjustment counselors in schools. Brockton High used to only have 4. They now have 10. Next year, they'll have 12. Every elementary school has 3 adjustment counselors full-time. Every middle school has 3 adjustment counselors full-time. I think maybe a couple of the smaller elementaries have 2 adjustment counselors. They used to only have 1.
Some of them had a floater, too.
Some had a floater. Maybe sometimes it would go to 2 schools. Yeah. So we really have increased that. We've increased the number of mentors. We've doubled that. We now have interventionists that help students with behavior issues. We've doubled that number as well. We will continue to fund that. That's being funded through the local budget, because that's something, again, using ESSER money, that money's going to be gone. And so we've continued to do as much as possible with we did most all personnel through the local budget, and very little using ESSER money, because again, it's not going to be there.
And that's why I asked, and I know you're very cautious about this, and clearly the school committee has continued to be. And on the city side, we have to be cautious. We can't get used to all this cash, because it's going to go away in just, you know, 2 years for the most part. And we're going to have to be able to sustain without that. So, all right.
That's why you have to buy curriculum items, you have to improve facilities, those kind of things don't have to be laid off when the budgets go down.
All right, well, that's all I have.
Thank
Thank you again to you and the school committee for their work on this budget.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you were on the school committee.
I heard a rumor I was.
All right.
Nice try.
Thank you. Counselor Rodriguez, followed by Counselor Azak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Superintendent, I had no idea he was in the school committee. This must have been
It's like Mr. Ianieri, we never knew he was on the school
tradition
committee.
lives on.
They've been dying to sing me about that.
Gonna nickname you Dennis.
6 months they've been waiting. I knew they were gonna get me at some point in the budget.
I'm surprised he didn't come up all dressed up like one of the high school students or something. But, before I begin, I just want to, actually, again, thank you publicly for your partnership with, you mentioned the relationship that the school has with the community. And I want to voice that out in public, the relationship that actually, at least that you have with our association, the community at large. And I wanted to bring up something that, sitting here thinking about this, where the state is actually hurting students, most of whom are probably from my ethnic communities. And I was actually thinking that if there's a possibility that a community-based organization can go after the state for them kind of selling those communities short, where it's not the school going after them, but actually the community going after and demanding certain things. That's something that we ought to sit down and have a conversation about and see how we can go about that. Because I can see us making an argument about
Absolutely.
You talked a little bit about the early college program that you're going to start in the fall of 2022. How does that work in terms of, because I know how it works in terms of getting the dual diploma and degree, but what about the cost to the students or parents?
Be no cost to students, so we put that in the budget. That's why you see the $500,000 in ESSER money, and we'll continue now to put that in the budget going forward. So there'd be no cost to our students. So what happens is you partnership, and some of it's going to be funded by the state, and that money is going to continue to increase because that's been a goal of the state. Massachusetts is 10 years behind some states with early college. Nevada, which does not have a good record for public schools, they've been doing early college with their high schools for 10 years. Massachusetts, as we tout ourselves as the leader, which we are in public education, we are way behind the rest of the country with early college. So they're starting to put a lot of money in. So students would be able to start exploring early college when they get into the 9th grade. And then they would, a teacher at the high school, one of the high schools would partner with a professor, and they would then you'd get college credits. So again, they could get up to 30 credits is the goal. So they would leave in an associate's degree. And then having the 4-year partner at Bridgewater University, they would then continue there at no cost to the student or family. So that provides our families with 2 years of free college, which is a huge savings. And they could take that associate, doesn't have to go to Bridgewater, they could go to Holy Cross or BC or Providence College, any private college, any public college they want, they would take that. And again, that cuts 2 years off their college education costs, which is huge. So that's available for all students. We want to make sure we push students who are English language learners, our students with disabilities. They all have to get involved with that. And it's not only for early college, we also are going to start a partnership with Massasoit, their Canton campus, now that we have our own transportation. They have great I toured the Canton campus of Massasoit about a month ago with the new president, and I didn't know, I hadn't been there in years, and they have amazing programs there. They have a vet tech program, all new facility. They have dental hygienists, they have software. So it's not only getting students, some that obviously want to go to early college, but it's also a career path. They have a diesel engine program there that students graduate with associate's degree making $90 an hour. So we want to provide that as well, where you would get an associate's degree, but then you would have a trade when you leave that. So it's going to be a combination of college and career, but available to all students.
And how's that selection process?
So-
we have, you technically have 4,000 plus students at the high school. How do you select?
So it would be students, again, would start them, next year it will start with students that are in the 10th grade. The year after would go to 9th grade. So it would basically be, they would have to have a goal that, they want to, whether it's a college, a career path. And then, they would get into the program in a pilot. And then obviously if they continue to perform and do the things they need, they would stay in it. So it would be available for all students.
We also have quite a few students who might be undocumented from Central America or some of these other places that our students come from. And sometimes it's kind of heartbreaking in the sense when they graduate high school and you know that these kids are more than capable of moving on, but they cannot because of the fact that they lack the papers to go along with this. So this would be an ideal way.
Absolutely.
Getting them that, a little jolt from, to help them in the process, because it does break my heart sometimes when kids show up and there's nothing you can do for them beyond high school.
Right, right. So this is a game changer for our families to be able to leave high school with an associate's degree or up to 30 college credits and save 2 years on, college tuition. And it's also,
go ahead.
it gives, especially students who, they're the first to go to college. It not only, when you do early college, they're getting on a college campus in the 9th and 10th grade, so it exposes them to the college life, which they have never been exposed to, and that's huge.
Yeah. Well, whatever we can do to help you out with that process in terms of getting the word out, let us know.
Absolutely.
We'll do that. So basically, starting in the fall, we're going to be autonomous in terms of having our own buses. We're going to get away from that entire...
Yes, there'll be some private, smaller companies that we use for out-of-district and homeless transportation, but 90% of all, and actually even more than that, 95% will be all in-house.
You did say that you're looking for a place to put these buses.
Yes.
Could you give us an idea what it costs you right now to store the buses where you're at?
So it's right now about $300,000?
It's about $330,000.
$330,000, and next year will go up to $500,000.
Wow.
Yep. So the sooner we get someplace, the better.
If you bought your own facility, I don't think your mortgage would be around...
Not even close. Not even close. And we would save, we would be able to, again, with the mechanics we have and the bays and the lifts that we could have would save us a lot of money in repairs. And it also would be a benefit to the city because you don't only have to fix buses. You could fix police cars, DPW vehicles. You could actually have your own in-house system where you're saving a lot of money in repairs.
Now, how aggressively are you looking at a facility?
We've been working with the law office in Troy and the mayor and...
He's swimming in money, so I just want
I know, that's what I said, yeah. Right. So we have, with the help of the Assessors office as well, so we're trying to move as fast as possible to get through the process of getting the location.
That's a lot of money, so.
A lot, right.
Lately, the events of Uvalde and some of these other shootings that we keep seeing across the country give some of us pause that, knock on wood, this will never happen in our school system. What are some of the measures that you actually have put into play that would actually make, at least, I know that our high school is probably one of the safest high schools in the country. I went there and they kept me safe, so. But the elementary schools, in the sense, because a lot of these shootings keep happening in places like the elementary schools. What are some of the measures that you're putting into play to make sure that at least the parents that are watching us have a sense that our school is safe to send their kids to.
So all of our teachers just finished the second phase of the ALICE training, which is the training that we now teach school staff. And again, the idea that we have to continue to talk about these awful tragedies and see young students being killed in school, it's unimaginable. And then we continue to have the conversation. So the training is very important. As you know, we train now. It's not just shut off the lights and hide in a corner. We have to train to, it depends on the situation. The first thing is, if you can, you run, you get out. That's what our training tells us. If it's a situation where you have to barricade because the intruder is close by, then you barricade. But first thing is to run. Second is to hide, if that's what you have to do. And then the third is to fight. Do whatever you can, throw whatever you can. As you know, we were on CNN and a lot of national news outlets about 4 years ago for having the lockdown buckets, where we still have, and which provides materials to classroom teachers of items you can use to help you either break a window, barricade a door. We still have those. What we did, which is a big thing in our facilities department, is a lot of time you'd go into a school and you could go right in and go right up to the front counter. Now we've built a vestibule at every school. So when you enter the school, you have to go up to a window, which is at the main office. And then there's another door that's been put in that has to, if you were going in for a meeting, you would have to be buzzed in. But if you're there just to drop off a lunch, drop off a permission slip, you never get through that front. You do all the business at the window. And the old days, you would get through right to the counter, and then you could either run up a set of stairs or go right down the hallway. So building that has been huge. We have over 1,000 handheld Motorola radios that our staff use that are directly connected to the police and fire department, the 911 channel. We've worked closely with the police department, our school police, the lieutenant and sergeant who are now in charge of school police have done an amazing job. But again, it's the training, it's making sure no one's propping doors open. We don't use a key system anymore. It's a fob system. So everybody has to fob their way in and out of the building. So there's a clear record of who's coming and going. So those are a lot of things that we've put in place. But the number one thing, and I've always said this, to keep a school safe is relationships. The relationships that teachers have with students or staff have with students, because most of the time, how you stop bad things from happening is a student tells somebody they trust in the school that something's going to happen. That's the first way. You can have cameras and walkie-talkies and locks and things to break windows, but the biggest thing to keep a school safe is make sure that there's positive relationships where students feel comfortable going to an adult in the building and telling them that something doesn't feel right.
It's too bad, in the most civilized country on the planet, that we are here.
Right.
With all the demands that teachers have and the school personnel have in terms of educating our children, that we are now trying to, make public safety out of teachers.
Right.
To keep the schools and the
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting that we put that.
Shame on those that are actually just kind of looking at it and publicizing it. Mr. Superintendent, again, thank you very much for all that you do, all that the school folks do, and our colleagues on the other side of the bench. Keep up the good work, and whatever we can do to help out, you let me know, especially when it comes to what I actually mentioned in terms of looking into a community-based org, perhaps, to help you go after the state on behalf of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, as chairman, was also on the school committee at one point. What do you know?
I didn't mention it, though.
No escape. That's true, you didn't mention it. Counselor Azak, followed by Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's my turn to thank you,
Nothing.
Superintendent and school committee members and Aldo First of all, you don't disappoint. You always bring an
Oh, thank
amazing
you.
presentation. I love the colors on the logo. I think last year.
We
used
changed
that.
our logo, yes.
Yes, no, it's beautiful. I love it. And I love the numbers from the school buses. So it's good to see the positive. That was the
Absolutely.
goal, is to save money. So I'm happy to see that it is working and we're moving forward. So I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues said, colleagues who served on the school committee. I haven't, but my sister does. So, but you spoke about a few things, and one of them was, student enrollment is down. I hate to hear that.
Right.
I don't want to hear that. So what are we doing? Thinking, is it possible to do a campaign to bring the positive, back to Brockton Public Schools? Because we don't want to see kids leave. We don't want
Absolutely.
to see them go out of the city. So what are the plans?
We just sent out a big mailer to all of our families. I think the expansion of pre-K is huge. It gets people into the system earlier. We've been doing a lot of exit interviews. I think at first the loss was people went to private school because they were in person when we had to go remote. So that was part of the loss. Another part of the loss, and it's a good thing for Brockton because house prices are way up. Rents are way up, and again, that's really a good thing for people's property values to be high, but it has caused a lot of families that have struggled with losing their jobs, especially during the pandemic, to actually move more south. My colleagues in New Bedford and Fall River are getting a lot of our students because it's cheaper to move more south. Obviously, the further away from Boston you get, the cheaper house prices are, the cheaper rents are. So probably about 70% of the exit interviews we've had that people we're losing is because of the cost. And again, that's not a bad thing because, you want obviously house values and things to be up. But that has caused a loss. But however, we need to really work hard to showcase, like you said, the good things that are happening in the school district, and the school committee says this all the time. We really have to show the good things, like the 710 kids that graduated on the field this past Saturday, the kids we all gave awards to last night, our music program, our art program, our drama program, the IB program we have, the Honors Academy. Those are the things we have to continue to highlight, and we're starting to do much more of that to kind of bring those kids back especially from the private schools, and we are in direct competition for the charter schools. So this early college will be a big help because we were losing kids to New Heights because they had that early college option. That was part of when they opened as a charter school. That was something that the state gave them, which was a big benefit for them. And that, there's kids that go there because of that option. Now that we'll have that in the Brockton Public Schools, I think that will help as well. So there's a lot of things we can do, and we have to do a better job of marketing ourselves.
Exactly, and you mentioned all the programs, and I think this will make a big difference. We had Southeastern Regional Vocational Technical High School in front of us yesterday, and I think they had, I don't remember, over 1,000, I think maybe 1,400, 1,500 applications for 400
slots.
They could only for 400 slots. So I'm figuring we're losing students, that want to go there as well, and I think that program has a lot to do with it.
Right.
So I'd like to see, and I'm a big fan of Brockton Public Schools, especially the high school, because of all the programs you mentioned, but sadly, not everybody knows about them until their children are in there, and that's why if we're highlighting them for, middle school students or even elementary, so that way they know what's ahead at the high school level. So I think that what you're doing is great, and we have amazing programs. It's just a matter of letting our, everybody, the residents, know about them. Lastly, Student Opportunity Act. We went to the State House, we fought. I know I was myself and another counselor with some of the school committee members, with yourself, and at the time, Superintendent Smith. Do we need to do this again? Because I know Councilor Rodriguez mentioned about, community organizations, but I think if we need to go again, then that's what we need to do, and we need to get our state delegation involved, because obviously loud voices, we have to
Right.
make noise. And if
We
this
have to
just
take on the directly certified, how they count low income. That is the thing we have to start to really hammer home.
And I think we need to, and if whatever you need, I can speak, you know, I can't
Absolutely.
speak for my colleagues, but whatever on my end, I'm sure the school committee members, and we should get our state delegation involved.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes if we don't, they have no idea, and a few years have gone by, and we're losing more money. So I
Right.
think the sooner we are, the more proactive we are, the
Right.
quicker we can get money for our students. But once again, thank you for all
Thank
that
you.
you all do, and
Thank you.
the high school's amazing, so.
Yeah, and I think the school committee and city council, I think another major thing, as you approved us to put in another application for the renovation / maybe new Brockton High School, that's going to be huge. That, you know, having we lose a lot of students as well to school choice that end up at East Bridgewater, West Bridgewater, because they have brand new schools. I think hopefully this is the third time will be a charm with our application for Brockton High at the MSBA, but having a new high school will go a long way to keeping students. And then you can expand, you know, right now with the fine arts building we're very limited on the vocational programs because you can't expand. There's very limited work you can do to expand the Chapter 74, which are vocational programs. But with a new school, you can make those programs bigger, and you would keep you're not going to keep all the kids, because Southeastern does an amazing job. But, you know, those kids that are leaving for Southeastern, more of them would stay. And for the students that don't get into Southeastern that come to us, we can expand because they want vocational. That's why they applied for Southeastern. We can actually service those kids better with, again, a renovated or new Brockton High School. So I appreciate your support when you allow us to put those applications in.
And that's great. That was my next question about where we are with.
We should know in November, we should know probably mid to late September for this latest round.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Thompson, followed by Counselor Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, Mr. Superintendent, and welcome, Aldo and the school committee. It's great to see you all. First thing is, just my understanding is that the two reasons why any family would move into a city, number one is safety, and number two is the school system.
Absolutely.
And so if we want to grow Brockton and make it, the jewel on the South Shore that we all know it is, our school system has to be, the crown jewel of our city. And you've been doing a tremendous job to make sure that that is the case. A lot of people want to talk about the perception of Brockton, but I think one of the things we do have going for us is the perception of our school system. And, the amount of services provided, both to, at the honors level, as you stated, the general ed and our special needs students. So I speak to families all the time, and, they may complain about the roads, they may complain about the noise, but very few complain about the school system. So, thank you for all you do there. And it was really great in your presentation to say that this year, no layoffs.
Yep.
And so that's tremendous. I know, I think we've talked before about that issue. I think there was, 200 layoffs after 2016, and that's not including paras or MTAs and, that support staff that really helps bridge the gaps that the teachers, sometimes can't fill. So, it's great to hear that we're not digging the hole any deeper, and I know that we're slowly coming out of it. But it does, the conversation you had regarding the Student Opportunity Act and the shenanigans being played with the mechanism, the funding mechanism.
Right.
So anything that we can do on the city side to help, make sure our students are getting the money that they deserve, we're here to fully support that. So it was brought up about the loss of students. So I see that, just from, I think it was 2019, there was a 1,000 student loss. And I know, we've had earlier budgets and presentations, and I think even going back to, say, 2017, if we count the loss going back to 2017, we're looking at almost 3,000 to 4,000 students in that time frame. And so you made some mention that, we have school choice, we compete not just against Southeastern or the charter schools, but all our surrounding schools. And we all know that renovating Brockton High or a new Brockton High will go a long way to maybe help stopping the bleeding. But generally, are we just losing population? I mean, is it a trend that we're just losing population and losing students, or is it mostly going to these other schools?
No, I think it's expedited because of COVID, with people losing housing and jobs. But if you look at, and I can send this along, if you look at the NEASC gives us studies that shows a projection in enrollment, it does show us declining if you look at it from 4 years ago, it shows there was we had a bubble, and then when we hit 18,000, it was going to start to decline a bit. And then, I haven't got the one for this year yet, but I'm sure soon it will start to show an increase. So it's, this year, 710 was one of the smallest graduating classes of Brockton High School since I think I was actually in college at the time, in the early 90s, when the actual yellow building closed at the high school, because the high school enrollment was down to just right around 3,000. So I think it's just the trends, and I think it will start to go back up. And we have to, again, make it more desirable. With the early college, we will. With a renovated high school, we will. And just providing more things for our students. And, obviously, the layoffs in the budget didn't help. And Mr. Minicello and our school committee, Mr. DiAugustino, can tell you, it wasn't only about cutting people. I mean, when you did this year after year, what it does to the culture and climate of the school district, people's demeanor, being laid off every year. We lost good teachers and good support staff that finally said, I'm going to get a pink slip every year. Why should I stay here? Right. So you lost good young teachers. And then, obviously parents heard that and saw that. And it's so the state talks about, they don't fund you, and you talk about you just spend a lot of time talking about numbers, like 150 teachers were laid off and 60 support staff. What people forget is what it does to the psyche in the culture of climate of the district. Right. And that then gets out there to the community and said, you know what, I'm not going to have my kid in a class with 30 to 32, and so I am going to go to West Bridgewater or East Bridgewater because it's only a town over and they got a new high school. So it's not just the numbers when we were laying people off; it's what it does to the what it does to people and how they feel about the school system, right, from inside and out.
And I think you also stated before, what's the first thing to go, the technology improvements.
Right, all the stuff that.
Right, so that infrastructure, the technology, so all of that's pushed down the road, and I'm sure that's felt in the classroom.
Absolutely.
When we're not investing in those things. So I am heartened that, that again, we stopped the digging, and it looks like, we have a good plan for the future. And, going through the budget, I'm always so amazed about the amount of extracurriculars that are offered at Brockton, and they're all free. Both our sports programs, the clubs, all the extracurriculars, and I believe we even brought back intramurals at the middle school level. So,
and middle school football for the first time in 30 years.
Oh, yeah, and that's great. So, I mean, I think that's going to really help turn the tide because there was that kind of juxtaposition between our population has increased. The 2020 census says we grew 10,000 people, but we're losing students. So, it might not necessarily be a population thing, but a choice thing.
Right,
and so
absolutely.
We have to make Brockton, the Brockton public school system, the best choice. And I think we'll get a lot of those students back. So piggybacking on the extracurriculars, one of the things, and I know Tony Rodriguez is working on this issue, but is our athletic facilities. You know, Brockton used to be, and we still are to a point, but, we were the gold standard when it came to youth athletics. Our football team was storied. Now, it looks like our soccer team is doing a tremendous job. But, it does seem that our athletic facilities are aging. And so do we have anything in the budget to kind of put some more money into our athletic facilities? I know our gym is getting old. I know, the baseball field, we only have one turf field that our students can practice and play on. So what are we doing about our athletic facilities?
So it's good that you asked that, because I would ask that at some point when you're done with the budget hearings that we could be invited back. I know that there's an open bond for $1.8 million for turf field that was put in, I think, under Mayor Rodriguez. So I'd like to visit that, and so we can all select a field together to add a second turf field to Brockton. And then Chapter 70 does not allow us to spend more than $150,000 on capital projects. So turf fields would have to come obviously from the city side, but I know there's hopefully something soon happens with the Keith Field. I know that recently is going through an RFP, which could add an extra turf field, but I think that doesn't include the bond that's been open now, I think, for almost 3 years. So it'd be nice if we could be invited back and we could work together as a school committee and city council to where we could use that money and what field we could pick out to make another turf field.
Right, and I'll definitely take you up on that, and we'll circle back to that issue very quickly, very soon. But it's time to move forward.
I agree.
It's been years, so we definitely need to move forward on that and work together to get that done. Also, I know that the city council, at least I believe it was the last city council meeting, are authorizing a $750,000 improvement to the VHS auditorium. And so I know our speaker system, maybe our lighting system.
Sound and lighting.
Yeah, sound and lighting. So, what these kids do there in their acting, I mean, it's so powerful, and they're great, and it's very entertaining. And so I'm glad that we made a decision to really invest in the auditorium and, make that a top-notch facility, and that's what our kids deserve. And so, I look forward to continue working with you, with the school committee, to make these investments in our school system. Lastly, one of the things that I was really encouraged by is the Brockton Neighborhood Health Center partnership with Brockton High. I think that's going to go a long way as well to providing some medical support to our kids. Now, I know one of the big things that I understand where there's a lack of involvement in our sports system is the lack of physicals. Right. So, some kids just, parents maybe just not put enough effort into acquiring the physical for their child. The fact that we'd be able to provide a facility right there on campus to do physicals, I think that would open up the enrollment in our sports programs, and find a few more diamonds in the rough that Brockton seems really good to do. I know we quickly talked about the MSBA and the renovation, so I've just got my fingers crossed.
Yes.
Now, when you said that we would hear something back in September, was that just an acceptance for the next round?
Yeah, so that would be, you'd be accepted in. We would be accepted in, and then you would enter into an agreement to the feasibility stage.
Right.
So they would come in with a team of architects, engineers, project managers to basically evaluate the high school where it is. And then they obviously start to put a price tag, and then they'll come back to you and say, this is how much it costs to renovate Brockton High School, and this is how much it costs for a new Brockton High School. And when they give you 80%, they'll strongly suggest how they think you should, the direction you should go, whether you build a new one or renovate it. Because again, when they're paying that much of the tab, they're gonna suggest what to do. And then we would have to decide, obviously, you would have to decide, and as a community, because they get a lot of community input during the feasibility study. And obviously a lot from elected officials, so that would be the next phase once we were accepted in. And that's about, once you get accepted in, it's a year process to go through the feasibility phase, and then it's a good another 6 months to a year after that, once you get approved, to then put it out to bid and construction. So it's about a 5-year start to finish before, like, it's 5 years, you get accepted, and about 5 years later, that's when you turn the key to the new building or renovated building. It's about a 5-year process.
Well, if that happens, that'd be, a huge benefit to the city of Brockton, but it's something that we all as a community are really going to have to, sit down and discuss. Our public safety complex was, an essential need for our city, but Brockton High is probably the next large project that we really have to consider as a community, and I look forward to having that conversation. Right, the most used building in the city, so definitely. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you, city councilors, Aldo, Mr. Petronio, for being here tonight. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
And I know your love for your love for our students, for our city. It's just so obvious, and it's great that I can send an email to the superintendent of the public school system and get it answered within an hour. So it just tells you about your commitment to this council, to our city, to our students. It is so appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nicastro.
It looks like I'll be closing this portion of the program. Good evening. I'm grateful to the school committee members for being here to support your budget. I'm very happy to see you, Aldo. You look well. Thank God. And all I wanted to say is it's a tour de force every time. I was ready to give it to the puppy to eat because it just goes on and on. Your materials, they're deep and they're dense, and I'm very grateful for them to get an idea of how we're doing. Anecdotally, I bumped into a former constituent 2 weeks ago in the supermarket, and he and his 3 children, who all have families, moved to the Bridgewaters within the last 2 years for various reasons. And he told me how unhappy his children are with the school systems that their children are in, his grandchildren. He said there's no activities, and he said the children are not challenged like they were in the Brockton schools. And so I said, well, you're welcome to come back. And he said, yes, but we sold our houses for big bucks, and now the houses are worth even bigger bucks, and so we kind of can't afford to come back. But we're exploring school choice to be able to come back. And I thought that was beautiful.
Great.
And I'm happy to
Thank you for sharing that. That's great.
Secondly, I learned tonight that Dr. James Cobbs, who is a Ward 4 resident, has been promoted to Assistant Superintendent.
Deputy Superintendent Operations.
Deputy,
Yep.
that's right. And I'm very pleased to hear that and to be able to say it from the podium. That's a wonderful thing. He is a fine person. Finally, all I would say is keep our children safe. Help them with their troubles, because as we talked about at last year, the pandemic didn't serve them well.
No.
Many of them, and help them. Please help our children, and above all, teach them well.
Right.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
being here tonight.
And I just talk about our kids. As you know, our struggles were well documented in the beginning of the year with behavior issues, fights, weapons. People focused on Brockton, but it was happening all over the state, all over the country. But I just want to say, it was our kids, along with our staff, that really turned the climate and culture around. Once they settled back into school, and once the students started to take leadership, and then the students who were misbehaving saw that, things changed. And it started to change as we got past the holidays. But it was the students that, you can't change the culture and climate of a school if it is not for the students, especially at a school like Brockton High School with 4,000 kids. They led the way. So when you said, when you say about how much they suffered during the pandemic, it took them a while to get used to being back in school again. But once they did, and now that you see them during the musical and graduation and all the things it's coming back. They're back, used to being back in school. They're used to being back together. Unfortunately, there's still always going to be fights and things that happen with teenagers, but it was the students, again, along with the hard work of the staff, that really changed this culture and climate of the school. And so thank you for mentioning the students.
Of course. Thank goodness we have some jingle in our pocket that we can offer them extracurricular activities
Absolutely.
and things to help them get back into the swing.
Yeah, in Brockton, you, the city council, the school committee, for years have never charged for extracurricular, never charged for busing, never charged students to park. I mean, most of all the schools around us charge students to park their cars. It's charged $300 a year for busing, and then it's a ridiculous amount. Some pay up to $600 for their children to participate in extracurricular activities. Never once did we ever have those fees in the city of Brockton, even when I was growing up here. It just never existed. And even during the lean years, you would never put that cost onto the families. So thank you all for that.
Welcome.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Anything else for the superintendent or any of our esteemed colleagues on the school committee?
Thank you all. It's good to see you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
School committee members, good to see you.
The next department on the agenda is Retirement Contributory. Director Jeannie Martineau is not here. CFO Clarkson and City Auditor Karen Praval will speak on her behalf.
Mr. CFO, Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the city auditor is a member of the retirement board, and I'm happy to stand in for the director who's not able to be with us tonight. It gives me actually great pleasure to sit here with our city auditor for the first time. As you know, the retirement budget is a required expense by statute. We constructed it, though, in a way on page 378 that includes not only a required pension amount payable to the Brockton Retirement Board, but we also included the pension obligation bond principal and interest on this page, just so that you could see what the entire cost of our retirement spending is. You can see, even with the principal and interest of the pension obligation bond, our savings this year are some $9 million. And so that will fluctuate each year of the 15 years of this payback, but it is significant savings. Happy to answer any questions you have, or I'm certain the auditor would be happy to speak as well.
Good job.
Yeah, well, we'll take it, I guess. Counselors, nothing? Thank you, Mr. CFO. Thank you, Madam Auditor.
I get to stay. You can go.
A little bit of whiplash compared to the schools.
The next department on the agenda is Finance. CFO Clarkson.
CFO, good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm privileged to be able to spend a lot of time with you as I attend virtually all of your finance committee meetings. So I hope that the work that we do together during those meetings has given you a pretty wide scope and understanding of the mission and the services of the finance department. But some of our work from the last year is listed in our accomplishments on page 247. One of them, of course, is this very budget that you're looking at. Another is the pension obligation bond project that we worked on together that will pay dividends every year for the next several years. So we continue to be very busy. I'm pleased to have with me tonight our budget director, Tiffany Ciasulo, who really has quarterbacked this extensive award-winning budget process along with our team in my office. Last year, at your request, we actually added a new position, someone who could be a financial analyst, but provide support to the Department of Public Works and the various programs that they have. That person is Evan Lacasse. He's been a phenomenal addition to our team, and I'm pleased that he's here with us tonight, both to support me for this budget, but also to support the series of budgets that Pat Hill will present to you later. So our staffing is proposed to remain the same. Any of those increases are either contractual in a union contract or consistent with the changes that you made to the pay ordinance. And our overall budget has a modest increase. I do have a list here with me of some of the contractors that we engage, and I'll just discuss them briefly. Because of our role, many of the consultants that we hire provide citywide services. And I'll just give you an example. April Anderson, who's an economic development consultant, provided support to both the mayor's office, my office, to planning, and was paid out of our office. During COVID-19, there was some costs borne in my office that were then reimbursed, but for some of the from the COVID-19 vaccinations. We have a CNC Advisors is an insurance consulting firm that assists us. As you know, along with the HR director, I oversee our $50 million health insurance program. There are several contracts related to that that our consultant assists us with. I mentioned in this budget document a gentleman by the name of Art Kerbels, who actually assists us with the compiling of the budget document. We have been for some time investigating the potential of increased broadband here in the city, and we have a consultant, Ferreter Scobo, that has assisted us with some of that planning. We have assisted the Human Resource Office in funding some of the recruitment for some of the various positions that have been filled over the last year. The Public Consulting Group assists us with Medicaid reimbursement, and they've been a consultant for the city for many years. UMass Boston Collins Center provides support in a variety of ways. They actually assisted in this expense, was related to the financial policies that you see in your budget document for the first time. eCivis, I've spoken to you several times about the consulting work that we did to rework the administrative reimbursements from our enterprise funds, and so that work was done. We also had someone who assisted us with the recent search for the police chief. That's Sweeney Consulting. So really, our consulting in the finance department provides a wide variety of support for many of the departments throughout the city. And of course, I'm happy to discuss any of those with you. Other than that, I think the expenses here in the budget are clear and straightforward, and I'm happy to discuss them with you.
All right, councilors, Councilor Azak, followed by Councilor Farwell.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Clarkson, and congratulations on the award-winning budget. So I've asked this in the past, and I know this is how municipalities do budgets, but sometimes we find that, you know, when we're putting these funds, these line items, and we're asking department heads to put these numbers in, you know, estimated numbers for this coming fiscal year and what they, you know, what they budget. Come the end of the year, if they haven't used the money, they're all, not saying all of them, but I've heard many that will scramble and just buy things so they don't lose the money or use up the funds. And I've asked this before. I've even asked it when Mr. Condon was the CFO. Why? Is there any other option? Is there any other ways that we can do this? Or is this the only way we can budget?
Well, I can tell you that in my time here, that practice of a mad dash to spend down your budget has not occurred, at least to my knowledge. One of the things I've talked to you about over the last few years is we monitor the spending in each budget on a monthly basis. And if we see trends that are disturbing or budgets that are headed toward a deficit, we'll sit down and meet and talk to the department heads. So I'm certainly not saying that if a department has lots of money left in their office supplies budget that they may not stock up on paper. They do, and that's okay. But by and large, the significant surpluses that we were able to talk about last night are due to the fact that, by and large, departments in this city spend for what they need, not what they want. And that is why we're consistently able to generate $15 to $16 million in free cash. So I believe that this form of budgeting is actually pretty effective if you have, throughout the year, the kind of vigilant oversight of the budget. And we had that with Karen when she was the budget director, and then when Karen left and we hired Tiffany, that has continued.
Okay, thank you. So are there other ways that municipalities budget, or is it this pretty much the only way that?
In my experience, so there's something called the universal accounting system. And so the nomenclature that you see here is not just Brockton. If you looked at a budget for Row, Massachusetts, or the city of Boston, or the town of Dennis, they would all be formatted generally, and the names of the budget lines would all be generally the same, because there are standards by which we all create and then oversee these budgets. So I won't say there isn't another way, but I'm certainly not aware of it and have been involved in many budgets.
Okay, and that's the answer I was looking for. I just want to make sure that, because constituents have asked, and, you know, it's over the years, you know, we've tried to, you know, why do you do it this way? And I've asked almost every year I've asked the question, and it's, and that's the answer I get, is because this is how municipalities do their budgets, how it's done, so.
I will say though, Councilor, and this is in reference to a comment that Councilor Farwell made last night. We do have some flexibility in how we demonstrate the numbers that we provide to you. So a good, for instance, in this budget document, when we were discussing how to represent the numbers, Tiffany and the team and I had a discussion, and it was me that said, you know, when we show the FY22 numbers, I want to be able to show the council what we've actually spent, not what they approved, so that we're being transparent. That was our intent. The result was a budget that was perhaps more confusing than it should have been. But we listened, and so today we provided you a list of those FY22 numbers. To me, that demonstrates the important nature of our relationship together, that you know, our job is to present you with as much and as accurate information as we can so that you can make decisions. But an important component of that relationship is you providing feedback and challenging us to be better and do better and be more responsive. And so we try to continue to do that, and I'd like to think we fulfill that, but that constant feedback from you is really important.
Thank you. Question on the ARPA funds. I know that Mr. Pilato was hired to administer the funds. Where is he in this budget? Where does he come?
He is paid completely from the ARPA fund, so he wouldn't show up in the operating budget, but in that regular reporting that we provide to the Treasury. And when we submit that, when we submitted that first report, I provided a copy to you, and we'll continue to do that. And our regular reports that the mayor and I make to you will account for that. But so he wouldn't show up in the operating budget because he's funded completely through ARPA.
So also in the budget, then anything that's ARPA related, like the grants that were given out, they wouldn't be in here either?
That's correct.
So that's totally separate?
Right.
Even though I was under the understanding that we paid some of the COVID or ARPA funding out of the city budget and then we got reimbursed. That's not the case?
That is the case, but you make an important distinction. Those were CARES funds, and so the funding in response to the pandemic has come in phases from the federal government. And that first wave of funding, which was direct from Plymouth County, we wound up getting about $18 million, and that was for direct COVID response. And that was the CARES Act. And so the way that worked financially is, you're correct, we spent the money in the budget and then were reimbursed. But we have been fully reimbursed for all of those funds that we spent. I think there's one more check that the county will provide, and we hope that, and that'll be the final one, so we'll probably have some sort of ceremony, invite you to attend that. But the ARPA funds, because they were a direct grant from the federal government, we have, as the mayor has mentioned several times, have received half of that money and anticipate in the next several weeks receiving the other half. So that cash is actually on hand, and we spend down in accordance with the Treasury guidance and then provide them regular reporting to ensure that we're complying with the rules, the final rule, they call it, that was set, that guides how we can spend that money.
So thank you for the explanation. So lastly, so there's no way to differentiate what was reimbursed from the CARES Act or COVID funding? Is there any way to differentiate within the budget, like if we're
Sure. Yeah, oh, absolutely. We have that, and because we had to provide meticulous documentation to the county to get reimbursed. So you won't see any of that in this budget because we don't anticipate any additional CARES because that program is over.
Oh, it's over, okay.
But we can certainly provide you, and I think at one point did, an entire list. TIF maintained over the course of 2 years a spreadsheet that listed from a box of bandages to turnout gear for the fire department, every expense.
That would be great if we can get that. I don't remember receiving it, but if you would send that to me, I would really appreciate it. Thank you again, and thank you to you and your department for always doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell, followed by Counselor Mendez.
Well, good evening, and moving right along, the average person probably doesn't care about bond ratings and what the rating companies say, but basically you and I know it's like your credit rating. The better you are, the better the mortgage rate you're going to get. So the more we stay in that trajectory of economic development, careful financial management, internal financial controls, and the bond rating goes up, then when we borrow, it really does, particularly when you throw around 50 or $100 million. That's a huge difference. So that I was very pleased to hear that. I always talk about return on investment. Your $677,812 for personal services is 0.0013% of the $515 million budget. So I think the taxpayers are getting their money's worth for having that amount of an appropriation balanced against all of the responsibilities and the financial management and the analysis that goes into that. I don't know. I'm pleased. I think we're headed in the right direction. I think you know, when the federal money does dry up, we'll be disappointed. I guess the last question I would ask you is, where are we on that bipartisan legislation to bring more infrastructure money in, if you have an update on that?
Good question. So as you know, the mayor and I made a very deliberate and I think successful trip to Washington a couple of months ago to answer that very question. And we have continued since then. I had a call just today with a potential consultant who has expertise not in accessing funds, but accessing contractors. So what Councilor Farwell is referencing is the third phase of the federal money. So we talked about CARES, we're in the middle of ARPA, then this bipartisan infrastructure law is the next phase, and we anticipate tens of millions of dollars potentially being available here in Brockton for that. The challenge is that the money will almost wholly be distributed through the Commonwealth. And so we're trying to figure out how to access that. But just as an example, the call I had today, one of the concerns that the mayor and I share is that Brockton is not doing this in a vacuum, right? Every community in the Commonwealth is going to be investing money in infrastructure and in water and sewer improvements and in roads and in buildings. And I'm concerned that there simply aren't enough contractors that are qualified to do all of this work. So I was chatting with a gentleman today who has long expertise in this and saying, well, maybe we should package some of this work, and instead of doing 3 $5 million projects, we do one $50 million project, and we can attract contractors from outside Massachusetts. We prefer to keep the dollars local. But those are the kinds of analyses and the kinds of questions we're having now to try to be responsive to the infrastructure law. We are attending, and members of my team are attending seminars through GFOA and through the Commonwealth on a regular basis to try to stay on top of all of the programs that are going to distribute money, because it's everything from electric cars to federal earmarks. Like we've thus far been successful in obtaining to make improvements to the Cosgrove pool. So we're really, I said to you last year, we're always in 3 fiscal years, right? We're finishing up 1 year, we're in 1 year, and we're planning for another year. And it's the same with all that federal funding now. So we're just finishing up and wrapping up CARES and buttoning that up. We're right in the middle of ARPA, but we're trying to plan for BIL money, bipartisan infrastructure law, to make sure that Brockton gets its fair share. So in addition to all of this stuff, that really takes a lot of our time trying to make sure that we're positioning ourselves. Because my guess is there are smaller communities that don't have the really qualified and motivated staff that we have that aren't going to be able to take full advantage of that money because they're simply not going to be ready, right? So when we came to you and talked about ARPA funds, we suggested we're going to spend some of that money on design so that when we get the bipartisan infrastructure money, we'll have projects that are ready to go and we can compete for that money. And I think some of your smaller communities just don't have the human infrastructure to do that kind of planning. So I think we're positioning the city well for that, but there'll certainly be more to come.
Well, Councilor Azak asked an excellent question, and there will be a pretty good amount of money that will be appropriated, but unexpended, unencumbered at the end of this fiscal year. It'll be interesting to see what that figure is. I would say sometimes it works to our benefit to look at what's remaining and to spend some of that money, because price hikes may go in after the first of the fiscal year. A lot of companies say, well, you know, if you buy now, you'll get it for this, but if you wait and you buy in the future, and it's kind of like the, what is it, the carrot and the stick or whatever they call it. So they want you to spend because they want the money, but you get a little break on it. So it all depends upon, A, the integrity of the department head, the competence of the department head, and what they buy and for what price. But it's, I hope you'll share with all of us when you have that figure. What was remaining in FY22 after all of the encumbrances were paid?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mendez, followed by Counselor Rodriguez.
Hello. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, but it's mainly the overall budget, but it's mostly for clarifications for people at home. I think I know the answers, but I think it's important to go back and clarify it again, because then we as counselors get. Anyway, so as to the vacancies, each department, most of them do budget for vacancies, positions that end up that doesn't get filled. What happens to that money at the end of the fiscal year? Does that get used to the overtime budget? Because if we're understaffed, then it usually results in overtime. And that is what usually happens. They'll come before the city council to be able to transfer from one line item. Can you just clarify that a little bit? Because most of the departments do have vacancies, and they keep budgeting for it every year and still yet to be filled.
Sure, that's an excellent question, Counselor. So larger departments, I would say primarily police, fire, and Department of Public Works, if they have many vacancies, will fill a lot of those shifts with overtime. But they cannot simply spend that extra money because they have to come back to you to transfer that money, right? So if you look, the actual legislative act of the city council is the budget order. And Tiff is going to tell me what page that's on so that I can tell you. And so that's the actual legislative act of the council, and there are specific categories in that budget order. And overtime and regular salaries are always separate. And so if there are vacancies and there's extra money and the regular salaries, and they want to fill those shifts with overtime and they're running low on overtime, departments have to come back before this council to be able to spend that money. In smaller departments, that generally doesn't happen. But in either scenario, at the end of the fiscal year, all of those monies that are unspent for those positions become one of the foundations of free cash. So any of those unspent, thank you very much. 102. So page 102 that's actually what is properly before you as the city's legislative body, is this appropriation order. So you can see, if you look at that, then that separates those costs into personal services overtime and personal services other than overtime. And so when those monies are depleted, again, departments have to come back to you to move money around. And if there's any left, it can't be spent for any other purpose and will become part of free cash.
Thank you for that explanation. I have a few more questions. The budget this year, it has increased, is it by approximately $21 million, 956,000. And when we cut the budget, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't decrease the appropriation amount that we already approved. It just goes to a separate funding, but when we appropriate this amount, regardless whether we decide to cut it tomorrow, it's not going to decrease the appropriation for the budget itself, meaning it's not really going to save the taxpayers any money by us cutting. It's just going to take money from that department and it's going to go to a separate funding.
So I believe you said if we cut the budget, not when, right?
Well, the goal here is to make sure we cut.
So the simple answer to that question is yes, because the basic foundation of the budget is property taxes, state aid, and then other revenues from the money that the enterprise funds pay us to local receipts, you know, the building permits, and all of that is explained in detail here. But those numbers, you are correct, the amount of money that the city will collect doesn't change if the amount of money you elect to spend on city services is reduced. So the amount that we raise in taxes remains the same. And that's controlled by law, Proposition 2.5. So we can't raise those property taxes by any more than 2.5% a year, unless you and the voters say that we can. And we're not asking you to do that in this budget. So that's an important point I think that you make. So the amount of taxes that we raise will be the same, even if in the unlikely event you make cuts to the budget. That money will be available for further appropriation later on in the year. And then if there are, not to further complicate, but let me give you an example. Right now, the House and Senate Conference Committee is debating a budget where they have significantly increased the local aid. That's not something they often do. I never like to count on that because you can never really count on the final act of the legislature. So we went with the estimated numbers, but it looks like the House and Senate may increase not the Chapter 70, but our state aid by some $600,000. We didn't use that money to build this budget. So there's $600,000 potentially on the table that we could come to you and ask you to appropriate for capital items or for other municipal purposes during the fiscal year. So I think that's a good example of if there's extra money on the table, it's only spent if the mayor decides to file some sort of request with the city council to spend it.
Thank you for your explanations. Are we allowed to transfer money from one department, from one line item, and then transfer it, and, oh, we don't like it there, we want to change it and put it someplace else to use it to a different purpose? Are we allowed to do that as city councilors?
No. You are allowed to reduce the requested appropriation by the mayor, but you are not allowed to say take money from the DPW and add salaries to finance, just as an example.
Yeah. And as the cannabis industry, how much revenue has it brought into the city so far? Are we swimming in money like everybody is saying? And it just seems like we were very anxious to get them up and running because it was just going to bring the city so much revenue. And how are we doing with that year to date?
So that's an excellent question. We did, and I know I sometimes sound like a broken record when I say we forecast revenues conservatively, but we really try to do that. With marijuana revenue in particular, because it's a fairly new industry in the city, we projected $400,000 in marijuana revenue for this year. We have, as of the end of May, taken in $1.8 million in revenue.
Wow.
So that's why in your budget for next year, there's a proposal to raise that annual estimate to $1 million. We had had some conversations when Councilor Rodriguez was mayor about ways to guide the spending of that money, and I know Solicitor Bridges has been working with the mayor's office on creating a fund that could act as a vessel for excess marijuana revenues that could then be further appropriated. So I think during this legislative session, you'll be asked to do some more work to be able to create a way that that money can stay on hand and be used for other purposes.
Thank you for all your great answers, and I think it's really important for the public to be able to hear this because it's just becoming very, very expensive to live in Brockton with property increasing in value. And as Superintendent Mike Thomas said, that we're losing our kids in the school system, they're moving out of the city. So people, they're concerned, they're watching, they're asking questions, and I think it's important that we have revenue coming and hopefully be able to provide more relief to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I'm going to go to Councilor Rodriguez, followed by Councilor Nicastro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Clarkson, I see that you have $23,000 in separation cost. Is somebody leaving your department?
Potentially. So we did include that amount last year. We do have an employee who's been with us for a very long time who is contemplating retirement. So those monies are in our budget just in case.
It's just one of those just in case things, right? And also, in looking at your personnel services, other than overtime, you've got some part-time salaries listed in here. Would you care to respond upon that and see what that
Sure.
leaves us?
Much like the other departments who have requested part-time salaries, we have had some great success with our partnership with Bridgewater State University in providing interns. In fact, Sarah Butler, who was also a financial analyst in our office, began as a paid intern from Bridgewater State University. She was a phenomenal intern, and there was a vacancy in the office, and we went through the full process, and she was hired. Shortly thereafter, there was another vacancy within the office, and she had the opportunity to have a promotion. So a year ago, this Bridgewater State senior was working for $15 an hour in our office as an intern, and she now has a career as a full-time job working in our office. So we're very pleased with that, and we hope to bring on more young people. It's, for someone who's been in local government as long as I have, the ability to have resources to excite young people about public service is really a phenomenal opportunity. So I'm grateful that we have those resources to be able to do that. I do anticipate a couple of hopefully interns this summer, and so that money allows us to do that.
I hear you talking quite a bit about, moving things into free cash, free cash, free cash, free cash, and not a great deal about the stabilization account. What's in our stabilization account as we speak?
I'm glad you asked that, Counselor. And I assure your colleagues this was not a setup question. But I am happy to report that the city of Brockton has more money in reserves today than at any time in its history. Our combined stabilization accounts right now are approximately $30 million. That's $20 million in the pension obligation stabilization fund that you've created and funded, and approximately $10 million in our combined Chapter 324 and regular stabilization accounts.
I've always, from when I was downstairs to as long as I've sat in these chairs up here, always believed in saving funds for a rainy day. Because we know sooner or later, actually, perhaps not too later, we're going to have some issues in the city when it comes to funding. The more we can save in the process, and I think the question that Councilor Azak asked in terms of the savings, in the sense, and try to save some funds in having departments, for instance, who are running up to the deadline in terms of the fiscal year in a way, to come up with some sort of a program out there where we institute some savings, methodology in a sense, where perhaps have some sort of a contest where a department who saves more on paper gets to have lunch with some way to basically help us save resources for a rainy day. Because I honestly think that, look at all this infusion of money we've gotten from the CARES Act and the ARPA funds. That's not coming next year. Maybe the infrastructure will come in specifically for infrastructure, but it's not going to be a free-for-all like it was with ARPA and the CARES Act in a way. So the more we can save in the future, the better we would be as a city in a sense. So I think you as a CFO, one of your chief responsibilities is to make sure that, although you're swimming in money now, that, that thing's going to dry up because somebody's going to pull the plug. And we're going to have to figure out a way that, we still need to shower without swimming in money. So do you have any plans or any ideas or any thoughts in how you're going to grow that in a way that, we can actually put some things aside and not be like a shiny object for the departments to go after in a way, so that it could actually create a savings account for the city, so that instead of being at 30 million, maybe we could be at 60 million, and having a serious reserve in case that when that bump on the road comes, we actually are able to survive it.
Absolutely. Probably the most important initiative related to that, the final rule that the Treasury Department, they call it the final rule, and that is the final guidance on how ARPA money can be expended. And within that final rule, there's a provision, and that municipalities are allowed to use up to $10 million for revenue replacement, and many are. What that means is, if we wanted to, we could have balanced this budget with up to $10 million in ARPA funds. We chose to balance this budget with zero in ARPA funds, because what that would have done would have created a structural deficit that we would have then had to make up next year. And so while that's not savings by putting money away, it is trying to use mostly recurring revenues to build this budget so that when we get to next year, we're not starting the year out in a deficit. And I think that's an important practice and it was an important directive of the mayor. You've heard him say from, well, not this table, but the lectern that's usually here, that we would not use that money for those recurring expenses so that we set the city up to be successful in the long term financially. But in addition to that, Councilor, yes, we strive to put money in our savings account every year, and we do so. We also put money away in another savings account that's called the overlay, and we put money there every year so that if someone files for a property tax abatement, we have the cash on hand to pay it. And that's a way that we can also accumulate money for future liabilities if those abatements indeed are not paid. So there are several tools that we use. And I've said this for a few years, I would love to see a Brockton that didn't use free cash to balance its budget. It's something I've talked about with Tiff, something Karen and I have had extensive conversations about. But right now, we're using about $15 million in free cash to balance this budget. I won't sit here and tell you that we can have a budget that's balanced without free cash in 2 years, but maybe down the road, if we can wean ourselves off of that, and because then all of that money can be used for capital items, and that's money we don't have to borrow, and it all relates together. But we are making progress, and you know, that's why I read to you those words from S&P last night, because things like creating financial policies, while they're not saving money, it speaks to our financial stability and the stability of our team. So we're doing lots of things on a daily basis to try to set the city up to really have a sustained period of financial stability.
Well, finally, I just want to ask you, because I know you were a part of that $2 million funds that basically went to the nonprofits in the community. Were there some sort of a reporting accountability that has to come back to the city that dictates how these folks use those funds that they used?
Most certainly. And so we set up a system there was a team, including a couple of folks from the mayor's office and Paul Umano from our office. And so the money is being distributed in 4 tranches. So most of those grant recipients got $50,000. And those checks, those first checks for $12,500 are actually in the process of being distributed, if they haven't already, this week to those 41 organizations. Before they get the second check, there is a reporting requirement for each of those organizations that will be reviewed by that team, that they have to comply with the intent of the grant. There are reporting requirements in the grant. So the second payment to those organizations will not be made unless and until they comply with the reporting requirements.
Because we want to make sure, because I had a conversation with you in terms of, you know, supporting local businesses in the community. We know quite a few small businesses, especially those of minority businesses, that were kept out of that, the CARES Act when it first came out, the ARPA funds when it happened, and some of them didn't apply for PPP because of not knowing what to do with that whole process. So these small businesses have been kept out of this infusion list. And I had a conversation with you in terms of coming up with some sort of a plan or a game plan where we can actually infuse some resources into some of these small businesses in our community. I wouldn't want to see these nonprofits, and I know that you know that we're actually in the process of, organizing the small business in this community in the sense, and I hear this every day from those small businesses that, gee, if I was only a church, then perhaps I could have gotten $50,000, and that's kind of a sad way to look at it when you've got a progressive, doing the right thing business in the community that can't get any funds because the requirements that went into the CARES Act back in the days were too demanding. I mean, they were 10 pages long worth of documentation that needed to be provided for $10,000, when you could get, $40, $50, $100,000 into PPP funds in a single piece of paper, So, again, I want to make sure that these folks that are taking advantage of these grants that we've made available, technically it's taxpayer money because it's funds that came into the community for proper use, that these so-called nonprofits out there are not basically taking advantage of us because of whatever reason, but that there's some accountability on our side to make sure that they claim that whatever they claim that they're doing, that they're actually doing it, not just doing it on paper. Because that's one of the reasons why I chose not to apply for this from the association standpoint, because I didn't want to go through that whole process in a way. And I think it's fair that for us up here, who represents taxpayers in this community, to be a little demanding to make sure that those agencies and organizations out there are doing the right thing with taxpayer funds.
Indeed, and that will be part of our regular reporting requirement to you, as the mayor and I have both mentioned, when we report to you regularly on the use of those ARPA funds at a meeting similar to this, we'll have an update on which organizations have received the money and how that reporting is going. On the small business issue, I know just yesterday I had a conversation with Robert Jenkins about a program specifically for small businesses and using some federal assistance to be able to distribute money to small businesses. So I know that is still in the works.
Yeah, but to make it as simple as possible, because, I mean, a lot of these small businesses are people who are not as literate as they could be or as astute as they could be in terms of being able to apply for these programs. But to make it a little simpler for businesses to take advantage of opportunities so that they can better their business.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. CFO. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nicastro, followed by Counselor D'Agostino.
Thank you. Mr. Clarkson, I don't always acknowledge it, but I am very grateful for your responsiveness to my questions and your follow through in getting me information. So I wanted to make sure you knew that.
Thank you.
Sometimes I look at it, I read it, and then I just keep blasting by without replying to you. And so that's the first thing. And the second thing is in your objectives, or the finance department's objectives on page 248, you mentioned number 2, implementing Munis grant management software. And I noticed, looking at last year's book in your chapter, it talked about eCivis software. And so I wondered, do we use eCivis, and what's the difference between that and Munis?
So eCivis was a company that we brought in, and they did an excellent job, as I mentioned, of...
I'm sorry, I wasn't here. I had stepped out of the, so you may have said something.
They did a deep dive on the administrative reimbursements from the enterprise funds to the city. And one of our goals last year, because of the success of that program, was to look to that same company to see if they could assist us in our overall grant management. Because one of the things that I've noticed, we handle a tremendous amount of grant money through the city and the schools. And there isn't a central repository of information where if one of you asked, how much in all of the grants and how do we distribute that money, we could get that information to you, but it would be a real challenge to gather it. So we'd really like to have a more sophisticated grant management program that really takes a holistic look at that. And last year, we had hoped that, that eCivis could provide that solution. One of the things we've learned is that Munis, which is our accounting software, has a module that may be better suited because it already syncs with the rest of our accounting software. So I'll be working closely with Karen and with Tiff over the next year to really take a look at whether or not Munis is a better solution because they're already on board.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask you about your expense summary on page 251. I couldn't help noticing that your educational incentive has been reduced from $1,500 to $591. And it seems like on most of the department budgets that I've looked at, those educational funds have increased. So why would yours go down?
Tiff, I'm sorry, can you help me out with that? I believe it's because of the change in personnel in our office, right? The reduction in the educational incentive, yeah. And so we've added some staff, but other staff are ordinance and not union staff. And so that's the reason for the change in that.
Okay. And down below there, your consultant, your other contract services went up by $20,000. So what are you planning?
So, much like with the consultants, our office tends to be, and I think appropriately so, a catch-all for citywide initiatives. And so when we hire the Collins Center to do analyses they helped us develop the financial policies. Or when departments need to advertise for recruiting for a new position, but they don't have the money in their budget, we usually step up and assist them. So it's really, I think, we see the continued need for those types of services, some that we can predict and some that we can't, and having sufficient funds on hand to be able to fulfill those requests.
Okay. I noticed your consultants' number stayed level at $200,000, and you did speak to consultants earlier. I was wondering whether your predecessor, Mr. Condon, is still consulting or employed part-time by your department.
Yeah, he is on a very occasional basis. Jay is enjoying very fulfilling time with his grandkids, but from time to time, there is a request that many retirement systems across the Commonwealth are dealing with to grant a one-time increase of the COLA for the retirees. So for instance, I will bring Jay in for probably 3 or 4 hours. And because he's both a member of the retirement board and has helped us out, to ask him to provide some feedback on that. So yeah, he does. That comes out of our part-time salary line. And he was on our team that put together the pension obligation bond. But since then, his assistance has been infrequent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clarkson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor D'Agostino, followed by Counselor Thompson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for staying so late with us this evening. All right, couple of things, and forgive me if this was covered when I stepped out of the room. Back to the consultants item, do you happen to have handy a year-to-date figure on that?
I don't, but that's why our crack budget director has her laptop with her, because she can give you that figure.
And while your crack budget director is at it, if you could get me the same information on other contract services, that'd be wonderful. And just out of curiosity, and I think you alluded to something a few minutes ago that probably is the answer I'm looking for on this one, but electricity, $984,000. That's got to be the bill for this whole building, I would imagine?
It's not actually. So this is prior to my arrival. the city entered into agreements for a couple of solar projects.
Okay.
And so the payments for those, we get energy from them, but there's also a contractual obligation to pay those companies, so it's sort of an exchange.
Okay.
And so those efforts are funded out of my office.
Okay, makes sense.
In the consultants line, the 200,000 line, there is $12,674 left for this fiscal year.
12K remaining, okay.
And other contract services, there's 12,800. Right, and we still have a payment out of that line for ClearGov, the company, the online company that provides the software that puts this budget together.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that information.
Thank
from
you,
both
Tiff.
You and Tiffany, thank you for looking that up. Okay. Oh, another thing I noticed, is similar to you, the point my colleague raised about educational incentive. I don't see, unless I'm missing it, training in your budget.
Actually, there is, if you look down, there's registrations, memberships, and subscriptions that is used as part of the training for our employees, so that's been increased. And there's also an in-state travel line for $2,500 that is proposed to allow our employees to go to trainings throughout the Commonwealth. So,
Okay.
for instance, Tiff will go to Department of Revenue trainings. We'll send people out for different kinds of trainings like that. So that's where that money is reflected in our budget.
All right, I appreciate that, just because so many of the other departments, it was there as training and,
Right.
was it training and, tuition and training, yeah, so I was expecting to see it that way. All right, so those two items cover that, thank you. And then, getting back to, something that my colleague, Counselor Rodriguez, started to talk about, is our financial stability. And with everything going on, you're starting to hear more and more talk of a recession. Municipalities aren't necessarily recession-proof. So can you speak a little bit to just how you, I mean, I don't think we're facing an 08 style recession at all. I haven't heard anybody, making those kinds of comments, but lots of folks expect that there's some kind of a recession coming. Can you kind of speak to, how we're ready and prepared to face that?
Yes. We build this revenue, this budget on revenues that, again, are very conservative. So despite the fact that we saw, even during COVID, some increases in areas like building permits, because people were home, so they were fixing up their homes. We have not, very intentionally, have not then increased some of those revenue estimates to meet what we know will likely be the income. The question that the counselor asked a minute ago about marijuana, we've taken in, what did I say, $1.8 million this year, but our projection for next year is $1 million. So every year we try to be recession-proof, even in the best of times, because we're trying to build that stability that Councilor Rodriguez talked about. Right. And also some of the things that I've talked about with you this evening about building budgets as best we can on recurring revenues and not on one-time revenues puts us in a position where if there's a downturn in the economy, we still will have a very stable and predictable source of revenue. And I have to give some props here to Marty Brophy and his team because they consistently get up in the 97 to 98% range every year in collection of taxes. And that's really a testament to his team and the work that they do. So, we thought that we would see during COVID a slump in our collection of taxes, both property and personal property, but we didn't. The money continued to flow in. So, you know, I think we have a model here in Brockton of creating very responsible and sustainable budgets. A lot of that was out of necessity, right? 30 years ago, when my position was created, the city was teetering on insolvency.
Right.
And so we've learned, I think it's part of our DNA to be fiscally conservative.
Okay, and you're basically, you're comfortable that we have been conservative enough in revenue forecasts that we're prepared and we have the wiggle room needed for any kind of a recession, well, maybe not any kind, but for whatever likely recession might happen. I mean, it sounds like you're comfortable that revenue estimates have been conservative enough to leave us the wiggle room we might need.
Yes, the big wild card there, though, is because our budget is so dependent on state aid,
That's
right? 50% of our budget. So I can't predict what's going to happen there. And so if there's some sort of catastrophic reduction in state aid, and I've seen that in my career, then, you know, all of the good work we've done will still be subject to reductions and challenges if there's a significant reduction in state aid. But I'm hopeful that we're always grateful for the increased support from the legislature, but I'm hopeful that they're also being prudent in putting some of their money away in a rainy day fund, which they have generally done.
Yeah.
So that should there be some sort of downturn in the next couple of years, that they can weather that storm.
Okay. And my final question, you brought up, but I didn't even think to bring this up. You brought up Munis. And, you know, on accounts review, we've had a lot of discussions about some of the limitations of Munis that limit the level of information that those warrant reports can give us. Obviously, there's a cost to investing in a new system. Is that being looked at? Is there money in this budget to look at something like that? Is that not really something that we're interested in at this point in time?
You mean a transition from Munis to another product?
Well, that was some of the conversation that we had because there are there are limitations to it that, you know, sometimes make it difficult for us to know what different expenses are going for. And again, like I said, there was some conversation about, geez, is it time to look at some other, you know, alternative? And I guess I just wanted your take on that, and B, if I don't know.
So I think we're not using Munis to its full potential, and Karen and I have already had conversations about that, and I think you'll hear a lot from the auditor in the coming weeks and months about ways in which we can maximize that. I know, I'm pointing because I think Ted is still sitting behind me. Ted and his team, Ted, who used to be sitting behind me, and his team
He gave up.
are also doing some work to try to maximize some of the modules that we have that we're not currently utilizing. So I think, I'm going to predict that what you will see in the Accounts Committee in the coming weeks and months is a new level of reporting and information from a very talented and capable auditor.
Okay, so maybe the
Pressure that I just put on her?
no pressure.
She's
at all,
up to
right?
it, though.
Well, good. All right, and that'd be good because maybe the issue is just better utilization of what we have.
I think it is,
And
yeah.
that certainly has no cost to it, so that takes care of that.
There will be some costs. I mean, some of the modules that we're not using may be cost, but Ted has built some of that into his FY23 budget.
Okay, so that would be in the IT side of the
Right.
budget. And so those modules that you mentioned, maybe we haven't bought them in the past and we would be adding them? Is that kind of how that?
That is certainly a possibility. That's something I know we're going to, as a global team, citywide, even the mayor is involved in that because we've had conversations about ways to really maximize that.
Okay, all right, very good. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good evening, Mr. Clarkson. I know the night's getting late, so I'll be brief. And I don't know if this is a question directed to you or maybe better to the auditor, but looking at our revenue, I see that from fiscal year 2021 actual to the projected 2023 budget, our new growth, it looks like it dropped about 35%. Now, is that just through a concern, and this is page 119. Is this just a conservative estimate of what our new growth is, or are we experiencing a significant drop, a third drop in our new growth projections?
No, so the new growth actually lags behind, lags behind the rest of the revenue, because it's the values that are calculated as of December 31st from the previous year. And so those, the numbers that you see there for 20 and 21 are actuals. Coming into 22, we ramped down that estimate. And it's important also to note that new growth is what it sounds like. It's actual new construction. And so in a city like Brockton that is not built out, but doesn't have a ton of opportunity for that, that can be an issue. We are seeing a tremendous amount of construction right now, and we talk about that a lot, but we won't see that into new growth until that work is complete. And then in the year following, when it's complete on December 31st, it'll be the next year. So the 1.5 that we're projecting in new growth for next year is conservative, but it also reflects that those building cycles fluctuate. And so we want to be careful, because if we overestimate our new growth and we don't hit that mark, then that actually is a hit against our free cash. So it's really important to be conservative on that one.
Understood, and I'm sure our, when it comes to these larger developments, the ties probably limit what we're collecting in that new growth projection, which, you know, obviously we need incentives, so I don't think that's a complaint, just an observation. So lastly, regarding debt. So I'm looking at the debt projection, and you know, you've kind of showed us this exact model a few times now, which and that's page 383. We've seen this for a while now, that precipitous drop in our debt payments, you know, around 2027. But we've allocated, you know, $100 million for the public safety complex, $300 million for the pension obligation bond. I know just off the top of my head, I think it was $18 million for the phase 1 water enterprise project, and I know that'll be paid out of the water enterprise fund, but I just don't see in that, in this model, that new debt that we've taken on over the last few years, or am I wrong? Because, I mean, just between the public safety complex, and I know we haven't borrowed at all, and maybe that's really where the issue is, but I know the pension obligation, we took the whole $300 million, correct? So is that just not reflected in these budget debt projections?
So to answer that question first, no, it's not. And that's why I reflected those costs in the retirement budget, so that you could see we have incurred those costs. We borrowed that full $300 million. And we do have a chart that I can show you, that we actually just finished putting together a whole presentation on the POB for me to present to you at a future meeting, that blends all of those into one chart that you can see. But because we saved $23 million a year in our retirement budget, because we no longer have to pay that cost to them towards our unfunded liability, but we took on a significant amount of debt, so that's reflected in that retirement budget. And so what was $30 million last year is 23 this year, and that's our cost, our payment of about $7 million to the retirement board, plus the principal and interest for the pension obligation bond. The public safety debt, you are absolutely correct. That's not reflected here because we haven't fully borrowed that money. Now, when I spoke to you about the public safety debt, our plan then was to borrow temporarily until you see that drop-off on page 383. One of the things that I mentioned to you a couple of weeks ago, and we're talking about, is we didn't anticipate when we did that we would have this unexpected spike in interest rates. So we're undergoing an analysis right now with our financial analyst at Hilltop Securities and our internal team to talk about whether or not it makes sense to actually go out and borrow that full 98 million now to take advantage of the interest rates before they really spike. Just to give you an example, we borrowed $4 million last week for the fire trucks that you approved, and that's the S&P letter that I read to you. Our true interest cost for that was just slightly over 3%. So that's an uptick of a little bit from the pension obligation debt. If we go to market and borrow $98 million at 4% versus going to borrow $98 million at 5%, the difference over the course of that payback over 20 years is $30 million. That's a savings of $30 million on a 1% change in interest rate. So we're really taking a hard look at whether or not we should go ahead and borrow that money now rather than wait for the debt drop-off because of the money we'll save over the long run. And, you know, it's a pretty detailed analysis, but it's something that we have to do because even though that would cost us in year one about $3.5 million that we didn't anticipate in this budget having to spend on debt costs, if we're going to save that kind of money in interest over the course of the loan, it would make sense.
Yeah, I just looking at the projections, you know, it looks like the Fed may be slowly increasing rates to, you know, to affect the inflation. So it may be wise to borrow that money as soon as possible. You know, earlier we had the superintendent here, and we talked about the, you know, the potential renovation to Brockton High. Are we kind of kind of keeping that in the back of our minds when we look at our debt projections? And you know, obviously it may not be this year, it could be next year, or maybe even the year after that. But are we kind of, you know, taking that into account and saying, you know, this drop off is going to happen? Maybe we should not take on some additional debt so that when the, you know, the Brockton High renovation comes through, you know, we're not looking at a debt exclusion or some other funding mechanism that we can pay for it with our normal general fund.
So I was told when I first came here, and I've been living it for a few years now, that although that's what I just counted on my hand, debt exclusion is 13 letters, but I know here it's a 4-letter word.
It is.
So I'm operating under that construct, but a $400 or $500 million project, we can do the easy math, and 20% of that, right, is a lot of money. And so we are planning for it, to be sure. But I said to you recently in this room, I think a debt exclusion is at least something that we should have a conversation about. Because to take on that much additional debt within the levy limit in our budget, you know, that the cost of that would be another $4 to $5 million a year. And that's money that would not be available for other municipal purposes. Unless there are sufficient, and this is possible with everything that we're seeing going on in the city right now, and other parcels that are as yet undeveloped. It's possible that in the next few years we can create enough value to be able to sustain that kind of debt for the high school without seeking a debt exclusion. So, you know, we have a lot of work yet to do on that, and I understand the clear mandate from the mayor and from this body that's a last resort to seek a debt exclusion. And that is, to go back to what Council Mendez and I were speaking about, that's one of the 3 ways that you can get around that 2.5% a year. A debt exclusion, which is debt that you take on and you exclude. You can go above 2.5 for the life of that project. A capital exclusion is for 1 year, and that's for a specific project for a specific amount for just 1 year. And then, of course, there's an override which permanently excludes from Proposition 2.5 for a specified amount for operational purposes. And I said right after my arrival, I don't see the need for an override, and that continues. But in order to fund a modern high school, we need to continue to have conversations about how best to afford that.
Understood. And just to clarify, the debt exclusion, does that require a ballot question, or is that done?
It does.
It does. Okay.
It requires both a vote of the legislative body and of the voters at large.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Clarkson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else for the CFO? All right, I'm not even going to ask again, Mr. CFO.
Thank you all very much.
Next department is Emergency Management, Director Stephen Hook.
Mr. Director, I don't know if it's much of an emergency, but the task to manage
evening.
is staying awake for this.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I just have a short 30-minute PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to. I'm kidding.
Dim the lights, I can take a little nap while you do it.
You'd have an emergency here then, I think, if that's true.
Just have a couple of words if you would allow. First, I'd like to thank my emergency management staff and volunteers and other city departments that have provided assistance to my department on an ongoing basis. As you all know, the Emergency Management Agency is a part-time agency charged with ensuring the city is prepared to withstand, respond to, and recover from all types of emergencies and disasters at a moment's notice. Again, this year was a very busy year. We had several significant long-term incidents, and we opened the Emergency Operations Center about a half a dozen times. And we continue to battle the COVID-19 pandemic. But over the past year or so, we've continued to invest in our operational equipment and technology. We've worked collectively with the police department, fire department, IT department, school department to build and share common radio infrastructure and equipment. This year, the Emergency Management Agency has applied for and received over $111,000 in grant funding. Relative to my budget, my FY23 budget is level funded, with the exception of ordinance raise changes and a small change to my equipment line, but pretty much level funded from FY22. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Counselors, is anybody bold enough? No? All right.
Wow, that was easy. Thank you.
Worth the wait, Mr. Director.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Coming in. Thank you for all your help.
You as well. Thank you, Mr. Hook.
You waited 4 hours for that.
All this for $114,000.
Next department is Assessors. We have John O'Donnell, Chairman of the Board of Assessors.
Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, councilors. Basically, my budget is level funded with the exception of ordinance raises and separation costs, as I have 2 employees retiring this year.
Mr. Farrell, Counselor Farrell.
No, just, I just wanted to understand something, and it went back to the question that Councilor Mendes had. What we approve for a budget does affect the tax rate, though, the cost per thousand. So, for example, if someone were to generously donate $50 million to the city, and we were able to reduce the city budget by $50 million, then when you go to set the tax rate, we would be raising and appropriating a lesser amount. So your cost per thousand would go down, correct?
The levy still stays the same. Yeah, the levy still stays the same. It's at 166.
Okay, the 2.5%?
Yeah, you don't have to use it all. We don't have to spend it all.
But we're not mandated to raise 2.5%, are we?
No, but we are in this budget.
No, right, but as I say, if you materially
we could.
change the budget,
Yes.
you wouldn't be mandated to go the
Yes,
full
taxes would go
2.5%. So that would lower, when you set the tax rate, your cost per thousand.
And the next year, it'd still go back up.
Right, then the next year would go back up unless you had another 50 million. So-
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had that. Thank you for always being responsive, and thank you for your patience tonight.
No problem.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else? All right, Mr. Chairman, you're free. Counselor D'Agostino, sorry, missed your hand.
That's all right. I'll be quick. Part-time salaries, you went from 0 to 20,000. What are you anticipating?
We put money in the budget because one of the retirees, she has 43 years in valuation. There's not many people like her in the state, so we're going to try to get someone in before she actually retires to help her train.
Makes sense. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Now, is there anybody else? All right, now you're free.
Thank you. The
Thank
Celtics
you.
are winning by 14.
By 14?
Nice.
All right.
Next department is the Board of Health, Dr. Eno Montesor.
Doctor, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, councilors. Let's see what we have here. Briefly, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to come for my second year, my second budget year. Starting with the personnel, I would say that we have a small increase from FY21 to FY22 and then FY23. Basically, when I came in, we had one nurse, and so that was FY21. So for FY23, we were able to hire 2 new nurses that you have approved, and so that was an increase in personnel of 14.28%. FY23, basically, we have a little bit more of an increase to 24.3% in personnel. Now, that increase basically is not reflected in the budget that the city has because building strong partnership with the State Health Department, we have applied for and received $500,000 for FY22 and $500,000 for FY23. So that allows us to hire some personnel strictly to do COVID work. And so therefore we hired 3 FTE personnel. And then as of Monday, we will add 1.5 FTE. So that is why I mentioned that we will bring our personnel to 24.3% FY23 over FY22. So that helps to do the work because there is plenty of work to do at the health department. One area that we have not been able to touch is inspectors. We still function with 8 inspectors for the entire city with 1 animal inspector. So therefore, there might be some work for us to do. We may come back to you later on, particularly with some of the issues we are looking at. For instance, COVID is unpredictable. We don't know exactly how much money we will need to spend for PPE or any antigen tests. Right now, the state gives us some, and the county also provides some. And I believe that we've spent some money to do some of the purchasing of antigen tests to give to the people. But we may come back because, as I said, COVID is unpredictable. It's anybody's guess what the next year will be. Also, I know that there is an issue being discussed in the chamber regarding passing ordinances for food trucks. If that is the case, then at some point I may have to come back to you to ask you for some allocation to cover the cost of the inspectors to go out to inspect those food trucks, because it would be a safety issue not inspecting those trucks to know if they are really living up to the standard, they're serving the city with the good sanitary code. The other aspect I think we may have to look into again has to do with additional money for sanitary inspectors, because so far we have not allowed them to go out this year or for the past several months, because we try to remain conservative with the budget so that we don't overspend. So basically that's all we have right now. And so along with the funding that the health department gives us, which is basically 33.18% of our overall budget, which is not reflected in here. In fact, but that is basically part of the work to do COVID work and hire 2.5 FTE in epidemiologists, and then 2 contact tracers and case investigators to be able to continue to do the work. So those epidemiologists would allow us to do data collection and then data analysis to find where we have some health inequities in the system and be able to address them and make recommendations to the mayor and to the city council chambers.
Councilors? Councilor Tavares, followed by Councilor D'Agostino.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here today. And actually, my first thing I'm gonna say, I hope they give you enough money you want for Board of Health. Because I think, Board of Health is the most important rules actually in the city. Especially, I'm gonna advocate for my ward. You're talking about, you have 8 inspector, but as I count, I think it's only 7, right? I don't know if you kind of misunderstand, because you got 5 inside, and then you only have 2 code enforcement outside for entire Brockton. And then this is the huge complaint, like, basically since I've been city council, actually, then code enforcement, I have the conversation with the mayor. Actually, my colleague, actually, previous mayors, we were talking about, he put a good proposal for Board of Health, but since he left, I don't know exactly what happened. I think it's not fair for taxpayer, all Brockton, for us to have 2 code enforcement outside, plus it's a lot of work. They don't have no way to work very well because it's all paperwork. For example, if I write any ticket and the other one doesn't have access to look at it. Actually, it's just, I never seen before, actually. All the city, I think they're in a good shape with a lot of employees. And the way we're talking about so much money, but Board of Health look like, probably is not getting anything. I don't know exactly what happened. If you're not coming from the city council, actually, it's my first time here, but I'm here, I'm gonna advocate it, for Board of Health actually to work with you, to kind of improve code enforcement, even inside and outside. I think we have a conversation on May 9 about some concern I have for the building inside. I'm still waiting for your request because those is kind of little emergency with the building inside. I'm still not hearing anything yet. I totally believe you're short staff. I know we have a COVID-19, but we're gonna pray. We're not gonna think about it half every year, but I'm just kind of advocated right here. If we can help you improve the code enforcement more, because it's complaint day after day. It's trash all over the places. There's so much whatever inside and outside. And how can we do to kind of work with you, and they can give you more money to kind of establish better.
Thank you, Councilor. That's an important and significant question that you raised. We do have 1 vacancy for inspector. However, I think the main issue is bringing personnel under the city. And that has to do with the city council approving positions, because the personnel that I'm bringing in for, to do the work under the state grant, those are coming as contractors. And so therefore, we were able to circumvent some of the issues, the red tapes, for instance, residency requirements. We didn't have to do that. Those individuals, they don't get fringe benefits. However, any other positions would have to come before you, and you would have to approve this. And I think between the city council and the mayor, I don't know if there is really the great vision to see what we need. I mean, I have recommended certain things, but I think there is a pending protocol as to what the department will have to be, whether the Board of Health or a health department. There are some language out there, and I don't think I have much say on it myself.
Right, actually, like I said it again, I hope you hire more code enforcement inside and outside, because I think it's not fair for all Brockton to have only 2 code enforcement. And if it's something like, you know, again, I just see the way you guys can work and to improve better. I appreciate it a lot.
I agree.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor D'Agostino, followed by Counselor Farwell.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Thank you
Counselor.
for joining us. All right, I have a couple of questions in staffing, obviously under personal services. When the building department, when Commissioner was here last night, he mentioned that there were inspectors moving from within the Board of Health to the building department. Which category, I mean, is it the sanitary or the ordinance inspectors? Which category of these inspectors is moving?
Based on the language that I have seen and my conversation with the mayor, all the inspectors will be moving, save the animal inspector.
All right, so basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5 sanitary inspectors and the 2 ordinance enforcement inspectors. Those 7 inspectors are moving to the building department.
That's my understanding, Counselor.
Okay. And I know they haven't moved yet, which is why obviously they're funded by this budget. 1 second. So they're moving. The vacant position, which obviously I assume that'll also go to the building department, so this may end up being their issue. But I'll ask you, because right now it's on your item. How long has that spot been vacant for?
It's been vacant ever since I moved in. And so therefore, the discussion with the mayor hasn't been to really actually fill it, but it's a position I think if we push for it, perhaps we can have that position filled.
Okay. So it's basically been about 2 years that that's been open and unfilled.
Certainly.
Okay. And then, obviously, the big item here is a proposed chief health inspector for $143,692. And I'm curious as to, because we have the executive health officer, where does this new position and you fit, and what will they do versus what you'll continue to do? Can you just kind of run me through that?
That's a great question, Counselor. I wish I had all the detailed information to give you for this, but one thing I can tell you is in cities of this magnitude in population or in demographics, generally you have medical director, because a public health director is not a medical director. And most health departments do not have a medical director as their head. Boston does have one.
Okay.
It's a different scenario. Okay. But Cambridge, if you take Cambridge, Cambridge has a health commissioner. So therefore, it's semantic as to what you want to name it. You can have a health commissioner, a medical director or medical consultant that would advise the public health director, the city councilor and mayor how to move things. Now, if you ask me of an organizational chart, this would not be the way that I would go with it, because basically between myself and my staff, I don't have a middle management. So which means that when COVID hits really hard, I work 10, 12, 14 hours because I don't have that middle management. So this is one method, one methodology, or one approach, but there are other methods out there how to do an organizational chart for a public health department.
Okay. And looking at the organizational chart, it almost looks like we'd be hiring you a boss. Or maybe you would go into that role and we'd be hiring your replacement, one or the other, but it's kind of based on the chart on the previous page. I mean, I'm not sure how that would work out. I have my guesses, but, all right, so we'll move on from that. Let's see, what inspection, we covered that. Oh, you brought up the food truck and the inspections necessary, and since that's an ordinance I filed, I figured I'd ask about that a little bit. I'm curious, because obviously we'll be charging fees for licenses and things like that, and I'm glad you brought up the point. I mean, people want food trucks in the city, and obviously there comes a cost because we have to inspect them, make sure they're safe. I'm curious, what do you think, and I wouldn't hold you to the penny, but just ballpark, the cost of an inspection would be by the time we, pay for fuel in the vehicle, for the inspector to go out, the time to do the inspection, et cetera. What would it cost the city roughly to do an inspection on a food truck?
I would have to come back to you, Councilor, with this, because one situation is there's probably most food trucks will be working out of the hours of the regular inspectional services. Right.
So maybe
so which means that this will be overtime to inspect those food trucks. And so therefore, whatever the inspector is making, that would be time and a half.
Right, right. And I ask, and if you could get back to me, I mean, even this budget notwithstanding, that ordinance is still pending and working its way through our legislative process, but I'm curious, and where I'm getting to is, in theory, we could set the fee structure to absorb that cost, but we don't know what that cost is. Now, obviously, if it cost us $500 to do an inspection, we're certainly not going to be able to get away with, we're not Boston, we can't get $500 for the license, right? So we would have to obviously give you funds to subsidize that. And that's kind of why I want to get to an approximate cost of the inspection so that we can compare it with the revenue that'll come in from that. Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell.
Very quickly, and for my colleague, Councilor D'Agostino, 3 years ago this July or August, Councilor Rodriguez came up, when he was serving as mayor, came up with an excellent suggestion of having not just a Board of Health, but a health department. And it would be overseen by a chief health officer. You would have an executive director of the Board of Health. You would combine some of the functions that we have that relate to people's health, Women's Commission, Diversity Commission, Council on Aging. You would group departments, boards, and commissions, or a department, board, and commission under the umbrella of a health commission. And we actually accepted a state law which eliminated the Board of Health and allowed us to go forward to do what was suggested by Councilor Rodriguez, and we haven't done that yet. So I think legally our Board of Health members, of whom there are 3, are serving in kind of a holdover position. But I did talk with Solicitor Bridges today, and I asked her to please talk with the mayor, because this position of chief health officer was in the ordinance that we passed for the pay raises. It is now in this budget with a salary that I would hope might attract a professional to be the overall Board of Health, and Dr. Mondesir would still be there, but he would have a distinct role. There'd be job descriptions created, and I thought at the time, 3 years ago, it was an excellent suggestion, and I think where this position is funded, if the funding remains, that we should push to go forward, because it would really modernize the city's approach to health issues, nutrition, elder nutrition, lead paint. And I also think, and I'll defer to Dr. Mondesir, it would position us to obtain grant money. I think we'd be in a much better position to obtain grant money from the United States Health Department, Department of Health, and the state. Again, it would be a much more modernized approach to health issues in the city of Brockton, as our population is not only aging but changing. So I think you knew a lot of that, and we have not advanced to where we should be yet, but at least the key pieces are starting to fall into place. There will have to be the legislation or an ordinance passed, but we could do it. And I think Councilor Rodriguez was spot on back in 2019 when this came up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselor? All right, thank you, Doctor. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next department is the Department of Public Works. We have DPW Commissioner Patrick Hill. First department is engineering.
Mr. Commissioner, thanks for hanging in with us.
Councilor, thank you. I was not really prepared to present this budget, so I will do my best to work through it. Engineering department basically consists of 4 employees. One of them currently is in an interim role in my office. They have 2 inspectors that go out and do field work. The superintendent of engineering and the city engineer. City engineer reviews all the plans that come within the city and approves them. Superintendent of engineering assists him, and we currently have a new position that was just recently filled this year with GIS. That role has just started and is kind of in its infancy. So I can answer any, I guess, budgetary questions.
Counselors, anything for engineering? All right.
Next department is DPW Commissioner Patrick Hill, DPW Commissioner.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner.
Good evening, councilors. Let me just get through my budgets here. Again, this is my budget. Consists of myself, the Director of Operations, which is marked as vacant, is currently filled as interim and will be filled sometime within the next month. Under me is an executive assistant and an administrative 2 who serves as my secretary. This budget is level funded from last year. Actually, it's 5% reduction, almost 6% reduction from last year.
Counselors, anything for the chairman, for the commissioner's budget? All right, very well, moving on.
Next department is DPW Refuse. Patrick Hill, DPW Commissioner.
Mr. Commissioner.
Councilors. Sorry. The refuse department currently is the, obviously the department in charge of maintaining the trash throughout the city. They work directly with Republic Waste Services, who is the contractor that does all the waste collection. We participate in multiple cleanings around the city, stuff that comes from the Board of Health. It consists of a general foreman, a construction foreman that they have, several employees and an equipment operator, and the refuse administrator, Pat Sullivan. This budget should see an influx in money next year when the carts are finally paid for.
Counselors, anything for refuse?
Next department, DPW Highway, DPW Commissioner Patrick Hill.
Mr. Commissioner.
Councilors? So the Highway Department is the department, they actually do multiple things. They do stone removal, sanding, salt operations, forestry work. We're in charge of streetlight maintenance. We're in charge of the city's fuel. We fix potholes, stormwater repair, stormwater infrastructure repairs that occur, flooding issues. The maintenance department resides within this department as well. I know it's a separate budget, but there are two mechanics that work on all the equipment, also in charge of street sweeping. You name it, this department pretty much handles it all. This budget is basically level funded from last year. I do have two vacancies, and I will note that the DPW labor vacancies that do exist in all these contracts are due to a change in the CDL law. We used to be able to hire employees without CDLs, train them and get them CDLs while they were still provisional. The Federal Motor Carrier Association, the rules changed that requires them to have 100 hours of training. We do not see a lot of people that apply with CDLs. Oftentimes we hire, train them in person. We can no longer do that. There is a cost associated with that. Working with the law department to try to come up with a resolution for that, so.
Fair enough. Counselors. Counselor Mendez.
Hello.
Counselor?
I have a question on the, your street cleaning budget reduced by 50%. And I think that's the #1 complaint we got in the city, that that the street doesn't get swept enough. How did you manage to reduce the budget by that much?
I'm just looking for your writing.
That's on page 203.
So the street and drain cleaning, Counselor, you'll see it in another budget, but 50% of that cost is been captured within the stormwater budget.
So it didn't get reduced, it was just switched?
It did not get reduced.
Okay, are you increasing the number of times that they go around to sweep, to clean the streets?
We actually just put a purchase order in for another sweeper. As soon as I can work through that CDL issue that I'm having with getting new employees, I have in my budget another position that I could put somebody else in the sweeper. Currently, we send out 2 sweepers almost every day. They do go down quite a bit, but they've been pretty active. Those sweepers will run throughout the summer. We don't usually do that. We're going to try to continue to do that. We notice a lot of trash flying around, so.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Just a quick
Counselor
question.
Rodriguez. Yep.
Commissioner, just a follow-up to Council Mendes about street sweeping. Is there any way we can put that on the website in terms of what streets will be swept? Because one of the issues that often we hear is, they're thankful that the sweeper came through, but somehow the neighborhoods don't know about it and they don't put their cars in places and things like that. Is there any way we can kind of advertise that and say, look, this week, certain areas will be done, the following week, a certain area will be done, so that at least the neighborhoods or the residents will know when their areas will be done, so maybe they can help us out
Yep.
a little bit?
So traditionally, those are done in routes. We have the city broken up into 55 routes. That's what we use for our plowing operation. So when they do go out, oftentimes the first day of the week, they do the main roads. They'll do Main Street, Montella Street, Warren Ave to pick up the heavy stuff that has, come through the weekend. And then they'll enter the routes the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But yeah, I think we could probably post
Like
something.
right on
that-
the city the city's website and basically say, look, this is, such and such date, we're gonna do this, this area or this region, this neighborhood and that kind of stuff. I think it would help us out.
I think we could do that.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilors? Councilor Farwell.
I apologize. I'd like to go back and just ask a question for the Commissioner's office, if I could.
Sure.
And actually, I'll address it to Ms. Sirasulo, if she could just look this up for me. There are only 3 employees there now, the Commissioner, Ms. Hambley, and Miranda Bradshaw. And under Personal Services Summary, it has stipend, and it's my understanding from union people, stipends were removed, that when salaries were adjusted, weren't the stipends taken away?
I can answer that, Counselor. That is actually for the interim director of operations. They do, they were the SEIU, Local 888. There is a stipend involved with that, an overtime stipend. It's a contractual obligation.
Okay, so this is for the person who's just there temporarily,
That's
right
correct.
now?
That's correct.
Okay, and what is out of grade?
So out of grade.
Those employees, who would be out of grade and garner $6,000?
So the out of grade, the $6,000 it's an hourly thing. The admin 2 in my office could work out of grade as an admin 3, somewhere outside of, or somewhere out in the other portion of the DPW, or fill in for the executive assistant.
And that's in the union agreement, that if you...
That's a contractual thing, yes.
So you can be an admin 2, and you could be temporarily bumped to admin 3 to go somewhere else to do something?
It would be within the DPW, it would just be someone else, yes.
Well, that's interesting. Well, that would go across city government, would it not, under collective bargaining, Ms. Sirasula?
Yes, it would have, within the persons department, yes.
Right,
Yep.
okay. Oh, interesting. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors?
Jack.
Oh, sorry about that. Counselor D'Agostino.
Good evening.
I just want to know which budget we're on, just to be sure. We're on highway still, or?
Highway.
Yes.
Okay.
I am on highway.
Okay.
What I hope will be a quick question. You mentioned that the CDL law change is a challenge in hiring because before they can go out, they've got to have 100 hours. Did I understand that right?
So there's 40 hours of classroom time and 60 hours of actual time behind the wheel. That is a requirement before you can schedule an exam now.
Before, I'm sorry?
Before you can schedule a road test to get your license.
Okay, and so we're having trouble finding people that have already got their CDL, basically?
So what happened, Council, is we hired, our last group of people, we hired 3 people. Actually, we hired 5 people. 2 people had their CDLs. It was a non-issue. The law changed right after these people were hired. So we had 3 people that could not get their CDLs due to the change in the law. Because of the way that the contract reads, we're obligated to train them. There is a cost to that. It's fairly expensive. So I've been working with the law office to try to figure out a way, whether it's to hire people at a lower level and not require a CDL, or try to mitigate the people coming through the door and get them trained. So
Well, that's what I was wondering is, I mean, if it's enough of an issue that it's hurting the department's ability to, do the work they need to do because of, not having the right amount of people with CDLs, I mean, what is the training cost?
we bid well, we didn't bid it. We got quotes from 3 different places. The lowest quote that we got in the school that they're in it's $2,500 per person.
$2,500 per person?
Yep.
Okay. I'd just be curious to know, and this is probably a future conversation, longer conversation, and I guess I would say, if that continues to be a roadblock for you after you talk to the law department and it just ends up making more sense for us to invest in the training, you know, I'd certainly be open to that if that's what we gotta do to get you the people you need. You know?
Yeah, we'll look into a couple of different options, whether it be the possibility of having somebody within the department be a trainer and sending him to a class so that he can train other employees. We haven't gotten any final answers on that yet, though, so we're working on it.
All right, very good. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody now? All right, I think that does it for Highway.
Next department, DPW maintenance,
That was it.
DPW Commissioner Patrick Hill.
Commissioner Hill.
Councilors, this is a very basic budget. It consists of 2 motor equipment repairman and a diesel mechanic that was put in last year. That diesel mechanic is being negotiated to try to determine which contract it best is suited with, so we hope to fill that position sometime this year.
Counselors? Counselor Nicastro.
Good
Counselor.
evening. On the expense summary, which is page 208, toward the bottom, you have property damage claims, and your number has gone up by $50,000 from $30,000 to $80,000. Why are you having such a large increase?
So what I can tell you, Counselor, is, and I'm not 100% sure how property damage claims end up in this budget, but what I can tell you is this year, we've used that money to balance our gasoline budget. I really couldn't, I would have to perhaps reach out to the old commissioner to find out why that exists here. I really don't know.
Okay. Can you find out and let us know?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else for maintenance? All right, that does it for maintenance.
Next department is DPW. Next department is DPW Sewer, DPW Commissioner Patrick Hill.
Commissioner?
So as you all know, hold on, sorry, I'm in the wrong budget here.
That's pretty funny. I'm glad you caught that. I'm glad you caught that.
DPW Sewer Department is the maintenance department for all of the city's sewer collection system. They do multiple tasks on a daily basis, whether it be performing maintenance, closed circuit TV, sewer lines out in the field to make repairs or to prepare for future projects. It's a fairly small department. I believe it's 17 people. They answer directly to the Director of Operations. They have a general foreman, a couple of construction foremen, hoisting operator. They go out on a daily basis making repairs throughout the collection system. So I'm sure there'll be more questions about the Veolia portion of the budget. That also, as you see in this budget, is the entire sewer budget, which involves the collection system and the treatment portion of the collection system. So.
Counselor Farwell.
Just very quickly on page 224, property-related services, $150,963. That's a 14% increase over last year. What is property-related services?
So property-related services are that's the money that we use to pay claims that come in when there are issues within the collection system.
With the collection system?
The claims that we pay, like through the law department for the collection system. So if there's a sewer main break and it backs into someone's house and they put a claim into the city.
Okay. Okay, so it's actually what Councilman Castro called earlier, it's claims, payment of claims, or?
That would be a payment of claims.
Just worded differently?
Yes.
Okay, now, the other one I wanted to ask you about is wastewater/filtration surcharge, $465,802. Who surcharges us? When and why does that happen? And that's on page 224.
Yep, except the third from the bottom.
Yes.
So that item, I can't specifically identify. I would have to reach out to Dave Norton to find out why that's in there. I will say that will be a valuable asset within this budget this year to pay for the incinerator transport disposal portion of the budget.
Well, and by the way, this is not directed at you and it's not your fault, but I get a little concerned when we raise something in a budget and the department head doesn't quite know why it's there, because then it makes me wonder, okay, well, who put it there? And if it wasn't you, did someone give you an explanation of why it's there? Because then we hang you out to dry here asking you about it. And frankly, if it's wastewater filtration surcharge, but you're using it for something else, I'd much rather be transparent and have you put it in a category that would say transportation of whatever it is. So, look, I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it at 11:15, whatever time it is tonight, but, you know, maybe, I can have an offline conversation with you about it. It just seems like, you know, half a million bucks almost is.
A lot of money.
It's not an insignificant figure, I guess I would say.
I would agree.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rodriguez.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
What do we pay Viola to run our sewer system here in the city?
The contractual amounts in here, Counselor, I believe it's $6 million a year.
That we pay them?
That we pay them to run the plant, yep.
Run a plant? Because there was some discussion back when Larry was still around about the possibility of us taking over the running of that facility, since we do provide basically most of the manpower outside of the facility to run that facility. Is that something that you have had a conversation with Larry about before he left?
We threw that around.
What is your take on that?
We threw that around quite a bit. At the end of the day, in my opinion, I don't think it would be a great idea. You know, we have the biggest company in the world right now maintaining that plant. It's very hard to get people with licenses. The biggest company in the world is having a hard time keeping people there with licenses. We would also be mandating that these people would be live in the city. It comes with a lot of unknowns, I think. I wouldn't suggest it, Counselor.
Also, you don't feel the same way that Larry did?
I do not.
Okay. All right, good enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Mr. Clarkson, would it be possible, before we get into the items on tomorrow's hearing, for you to just give us a heads up on what the wastewater surcharge is? Like, just for tomorrow?
Yep, absolutely.
Tiffany just looked that up, and that line is used for charges related to Veolia's operation of the plant for, what did you say, Tiff? Sludge and other operational charges.
Exciting, thank you. All right, thank you.
Tried before this.
You got a follow-up, Counselor Farwell?
Yeah, just since I raised it, look, I appreciate that, but we have a contract with Veolia. I don't want to go through it page by page, but it would seem to me they're bound to operate that plant under certain performance standards. And now if we're paying them a certain amount of money, now we're throwing $465,000 at them for something else. you know, I'd like to know what it is, what have we spent it on? There's got to be some purchase orders somewhere. They can go to the accounts committee in the future. I just want to be comfortable and be able to defend 465 grand in this budget, that's all.
Absolutely.
Again,
What we'll give you before tomorrow night is a breakdown of what we've spent on Veolia for this year and what that money was specifically was for and where it came from in the budget.
thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, Councilor Minicello for sewer.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioner. Just a follow-up to Councilor Rodriguez's question. The Viola money, is that the other contract services?
That's correct.
Okay. So why is it going down from 5.3 now to 3.5?
Unlike the general fund that operates based on the revenues that we talked about earlier, the enterprises are self-contained and have to operate within the allowable amounts of revenue. We also traditionally have balanced the enterprise funds with the use of retained earnings, which are the enterprise fund version of free cash. Trying to get away from that. With the enterprise funds, the Department of Revenue reviews your revenue projections every year, and they have to be based on actual revenues from the prior year. So when we looked at the revenues to support the sewer enterprise fund for fiscal year 23, because of some of these escalating costs, I was not comfortable with revenue projections to meet some of the costs. So I do anticipate that that line will cost us more in fiscal year 23, but what I did not want to do was present a budget to you that was built on revenues that I couldn't guarantee that we'd take in. So we're funding the contract to that amount, and what I do anticipate is during the fiscal year, we will come back to you once we have a better picture of the revenues and ask for a mid-year adjustment to meet those obligations.
So is that strictly desal water, or is that water and sewer combination of some sort?
This is just sewer, Counselor. This is just sewer. The desal would be strictly water.
That's just sewer, okay.
Desal is a larger number.
Okay, that's just the sewer, okay.
You'll have a heart attack when you see the desal number.
Thank you, Commissioner, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else for sewer? All right, sewer's done.
Next department is DPW Water, DPW Commissioner Patrick Hill.
Mr. Commissioner?
Counselors?
Desal right here. 236.
So the DPW Water Department, probably one of the busiest departments that I have, and probably one of the bigger departments that I have, is a very, very busy department. They maintain all the infrastructure, water infrastructure within the city. They also maintain all the water infrastructure outside the city from Silver Lake all the way to the city limits. We have approximately 320 miles of water mains. Some of those date back into the 1890s. We will be making some substantial improvements to that infrastructure this year. Our project that we awarded last year, our transmission main Phase 2 replacement program, which would be from Browns Crossing in East Bridgewater to the Brockton line, is expected to start in July. We also will be awarding, or will be going out to bid for our first phase of work that was approved in that $19.1 million. That would be the North Main Street water main reconstruction project. That's project right now is estimated as at about $11 million. That was approved through the SRF program. We expect to see principal forgiveness on that one of 19.9%. The BIL they've not given us guidance on how the BIL will affect that program, but I will say the other program that was approved, but that's still in front of you, I believe, the $600,000 lead and copper rule fund. I did get notification from DEP today that will be 100% principal forgiveness. So it's a busy department. The guys work really hard. It's a tough job in the winter. It's a tough job in the summer. All my guys work really hard. I don't want to, I know it's late. I don't want to bore you with the specifics, but it's a very dangerous job. You know, one of the things I had planned on talking a little bit more about is the safety program that I have recently just finished. Begin negotiating that with the unions within their contracts, reestablishing our safety committee, and there'll be a considerable amount of training done throughout the DPW. So.
Great to hear. Councilors? Councilor Teixeira.
Councilor.
Good evening. How you doing, Commission? On your expense summary, separation costs seems 130%, over $100,000 from last year.
So I have 4 employees potentially retiring this year. 3 of those employees have been here for a considerable amount of time. I expect their payouts to be anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000. So that's why we increased it.
Oh, thank you for your answer. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Farwell, followed by Councilor Rodriguez.
Okay, on page 234, make sure I'm in the water budget here now. Yeah. On page 234, 3/4 of the way down the page, we have property-related services, 123,039. We've already settled that that's the definition of we have to cover some claims. On the top of page 235, we have $25,000 for property damage claims.
So those, oh, I'm sorry.
And then halfway, 60% down that page, we have another property damage claims, $15,000. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but isn't that redundant three times?
Well, I will say that one of them is within a service, Counselor, and one of them is within a good. So the property damage claim, the $15,000 within the good, that's what we would use to purchase lumen seed. Cement.
To do what?
Lumen seed, cement, to do property damages that have occurred through construction.
But it's all the same purpose.
Well, one's a good and one's a service, so.
Okay, so you've broken this out.
I did not break this out, Counselor.
All right, but what you're explaining to me is that one would be for we hire someone to loam and seed. The other would be property-related services would be we run into a mailbox and take it down?
I couldn't answer that question, Counselor.
Okay, I don't know. I get it. Sometimes I get a very uneasy feeling about these things. All right, let's go on to other
Counselor, I can answer that question.
Okay.
So what Pat was trying to say was there are 2 different budget categories as within all of the budgets, purchase of service versus goods and supplies. So a purchase of service would be in the instance of property damage would be to hire a contractor to fix something that was broken or damaged by the city. Whereas the goods and supplies would be if the water department staff was going to repair something and they needed some loam or some lumber or something like that. So that's the difference between the goods and supplies of the purchase of services.
But I think you're missing my point. In other budgets, you've consolidated and and I apologize for doing this at 11:30 at night, but you've consolidated, you've made the budget a little easier to follow. However the damage occurred, whoever repairs it, whether I go out and loam and seed or Karen has a part-time job and goes out and loams and seeds, or we hire someone to do it, the fact of the matter is the result of a property damage claim. So why wouldn't we put that under Look, let me be very honest. It looks like padding. And I'm not saying that's going on.
Got it.
It just looks skeptical. So, but let me move on from that. Those aren't the big amounts. Other contract services at the bottom of page 234, 1,426,292. What would that be?
That's our contractual obligation to Veolia, to run the water plant.
That's it? That's all we pay them is 1,426,000?
It's actually 2.426 million.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
$2.4 million to run the plant, but.
So why would we have 1,426,292 there?
So as I explained with the same expense in the sewer department, in the enterprises, rather than set revenues to meet our expenses, we have to comply with only the revenues we have to work with. And so there's enough in this line right now to pay a portion of that obligation. I do anticipate at some point during the year, once we have a better handle on what the revenues are, that we'll come back to you for supplemental appropriation.
Okay, and what's just above that? Consultants, $293,866, and that is a 44.1% increase over the prior year. What would the consultants be in the water enterprise account? Who would we use and for what purpose if we already have one of the world's biggest companies operating the plant?
Well, that would be the consulting, Counselor. It would be, it could be for, this year, we expect to get involved in our comprehensive water management plan. We expect those costs to be $225,000 just on the engineering side. We also have to hire outside counsel to attend all the DEP meetings with us. We also use consultants, you know, CDM is not our only consultant.
Oh, so that's CDM?
That would be, CDM would likely be our consultant, yes.
Okay, and we don't use the law department for things like that, to attend a meeting with DEP or anything?
The law department has actually selected, we oftentimes use Attorney Federoff. She's we just went through the whole resource management plan with her at DEP. We're still finalizing that plan. As soon as that plan gets finalized, we'll be hopping right into the comprehensive water management plan. They consider that a specialty law thing.
And by the way, CDM is a great company, and by the way, folks, I'm still saying, even though it's late at night, they strike me as a leech, though. I think they've hung on to the city of Brockton, and my God, hopefully there'll be some blood left in our veins by the time they get through with us. Anyway, Mr. Clarkson, it would be helpful, I think, after the budget process, maybe we can file a resolve and I mean, I think I know a lot about municipal finance, but I'd love to drill down on this enterprise account stuff with you. Maybe, you know, we'll have you come in, the counselors may have questions, and meanwhile, we'll feed that leech, so.
I relish that opportunity, and we have, you are correct, Counselor, done a lot of work in the general fund over the last few years to clean up some of that repetitive stuff and to consolidate some of that. We have not done a similar job in cleaning up those enterprises, so there's clearly work yet to be done, and they just have not received the attention that the general fund has to do that kind of work. But with the team we have now between Karen and Tiff, I'm sure we'll be able to do that.
Absolutely, because you know, the enterprise fund is people sending their payments in on a quarterly basis, and I just want the public assured that we know what we're doing, we know where the money's going, and it's being properly spent, and reassure them. So thank you very much for your patience with me tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. You know, there are some people who stopped watching a while ago, and they are missing out. Counselor Rodriguez.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My favorite subject of all time, the D-cell plant. It looks like this year we're going to be paying the D-cell company $8.2 million. Yes?
That's correct.
Several years ago, we were able to kind of renegotiate that D-cell contract. from which we were supposed to get some free water and a reduction in the overall fixed cost. Do you know, basically whether or not we're getting the free water?
We do
from
get the
them?
we do get the free water. It is accounted for on our spreadsheet. As we take water, it's taken off. There was
Still buying
no,
$500,000 worth of water from them.
I'm sorry?
We're still buying $500,000 of water from them on top of the free water.
That's what's in the budget, Counselor. That doesn't mean that that's what we spend. Last year, that was fully funded, I think, at $1.9 million.
Well, in 2001, we spent $700,000
In water.
in water from them on top of the free water. And then last year was 1.9, almost $2 million on top of that.
Which we didn't spend all that money, Counselor, so.
Okay, so
We use it as needed. It's a great secondary option. But it is
my
expensive.
question is, we are getting free water from them based on what we signed that contract several years ago.
Yep, I believe it's 90 million gallons of free water a year, yes.
Right. And what about I think it was $450,000 that they were supposed to take off, and then we were supposed to get another 200 and something thousand dollars on the filters. Do you know if we got all of that?
That I'm not familiar with, the filter portion of it. I believe that the other portion that you're talking about came off the fixed fee that year.
Looks like it's going up substantially, not necessarily coming down.
It was a considerable increase this year, $940,000 based on inflation. I will note that we have filed a breach of contract based on performance. The law office has that. We haven't set any dates to sit down with them yet, but we will be sitting down with them very soon.
Yeah, because it seems that, instead of the price either staying, steady in the sense or have gone down somewhat, it seems like they increase it as they feel like.
Well, it's based off the PPI. The PPI last year was high. I would assume the PPI, the way that it looks this year, is probably going to be high again. I don't know what that is going to look like, but they send us a letter in December to let us know what the following year is going to look like, so.
Well, to borrow the words from Council Farwell, he said he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. I'm going to say I'm not the brightest bulb in this room, but I'm telling you right now, from 2001 to 2021 to 2023, it seems like that their fixed cost has gone up $1.6 million. At least from what we're
From
proposing.
2001?
21.
Oh, 21. That
That's a
looks to
significant.
be a fair number, yeah.
That's a significant increase on a fixed cost. I don't care how high the, whatever inflationary numbers they're using, but that's a significant increase.
It is.
So it seems that they just increase it whatever the hell they feel like it.
Well, that's based off the contract, the way that it's written, so.
God damn. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Castro.
Thank you. I'm on the expense summary on 234 and 235. Where is that annual Aquaria number? I don't see it on here.
It's on page 236, Counselor. If my eyes aren't failing me.
Oh, turn the page, huh? Okay, I see a decel fixed charge, 8.7. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Seeing none, we are done with water.
Thank you.
One more for you. Done with water.
Stormwater.
The last department on the agenda is DPW Stormwater. DPW Commissioner Patrick Hill.
Mr. Commissioner, good evening.
Councilors. So this is a recently established department based off the stormwater fee that was assessed based on our MS4 permit. The first round of bills went last quarter. This most recent quarter, the the bills are going out a little bit late. We've decided to send those out separately. It's a pretty considerable lift to get all the properties figured out what the actual rate was going to be based on the ordinance. As you can see, there is no budget attached to this because it's new, but we capture a portion of the applicable job positions within this budget, whether it be the city engineer, superintendent of engineering, a portion of our financial analyst's salary, our admin, a portion of our GIS technician. There are 2 new positions that are being negotiated right now, so.
All right. Counselors, Counselor Azak.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening.
And first of all, thank you for being here. I didn't get a chance to thank you, but I didn't have many questions this evening because you're often before us, and I know that you're always great in answering all our questions. So thank you again for always being available and answering my questions. Quick, this isn't a question, but maybe a statement. Civil engineers, have you thought about probably bringing in some interns? Because I know we have a lot of college graduates who would, you know, probably not a lot of experience, but that you could get some help in your department. I think it would be a great place to.
I'm not well, so the city engineer generally runs his own department. I would say that he has quite a relationship. I believe he was an associate professor at Northeastern University at one point in his career.
Are we talking about Mr. Newton or?
I'm talking about Chike.
Oh, about Chike, okay.
He has not asked me for anything, but I certainly could look into it.
I think it would be
it's a
great.
great idea.
It would be a good idea for our youth and maybe get some, you know, Chike's great, you know, but I think it would be great to get some interns in, and it would be good for the city of Brockton.
It certainly couldn't hurt.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell.
I'm going to close things by saying something I should have told you when you were appointed commissioner. A lot of people don't know I worked with your dad for many years, and he would be very proud of you and all of these different topics that you're trying to master. So I just wanted to publicly say that.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Indeed, they grow up so fast.
As the youngest guy in the room.
Gotta stay up pretty late to get one by on me.
About
Anything
11:40?
else? Anything else for stormwater? Nothing else for stormwater. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, councilors.
It's still good evening. And we've got one more item, councilors. We're going back to the License Commission.
If there aren't
Not
any,
here.
if there aren't
Not
any
here, but Troy,
objections.
because of the hectic sort of way the budget came out, I think, you know, I think it's acceptable for Troy to speak on their behalf. If that's all right with you, if it's the will of the council, we can just bang the License Commission out right now.
Lynn, why the hell did you ask me to do a motion?
Well, now we don't have to.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion, we allow Mr. Clarkson to present the License Commission
Second.
information.
Motion properly made and seconded. All those in favor? All opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Clarkson, speed round.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Clarkson, it was brilliant.
All
Okay,
in
well,
favor?
if that's
All
it,
right.
my best yet, huh?
We're out.
116 to 100.
Oh, thank you.
So License Commission is overseen by the Law Department. You know, they provide all the support for municipal licensing in the city. The budget's pretty straightforward. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilors, any questions? Seeing none, I guess that solves the License Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkson. All right, seeing no other business, we are adjourned.